All right, good morning. Happy Sunday. Internet was having some issues there. Had a had a beat it up a little bit to get it to work. But we're back. Captain Coder here. This beautiful Sunday morning in the beautiful southwestern part of the United States. Beautiful desert. All right. Let's get things opened up here. What are we working on today? We're working on Adventure Quest. Oh, that's not the right button. Adventure Quest, trying to get an RPG prototype together to understand how we would create an RPG. It's gotten a little bit out of scope. Had a lot of scope creep here, but I think we've got things working much better now. Yeah, so happy. Let's get all this set up here, get myself situated. What have we got here? But yeah, adventurequest.captaincoder.org. That's where the project creation instructions are going as I work them out, as I figure out what we're doing. We've got a dice roller, dice notation, and parser, character creator. And now we're on shop. We got the shop mostly working, so while Unity's booting up, we can preview the shop here. So the shop, we can buy items, we can sell items back. The inventories update. You can have different not just weapons, different shops. There's only weapons in the game right now, but different shops, different inventory items. Today, we're gonna put in some goals here in a moment, but when we sign on, I suspect the main thing I want to get done today is being able to sort of transition between these. And we have an equipment system set up, so it'd be nice to try and get an equipment page going, where a scene going where your user, your character can sort of pop up and you can equip stuff on your character. Here's Unity for us. All right, but we've got the inventory working pretty well. Got that all wired up nicely. The thing we want to work on next is essentially we got to serialize everything. So right now, the only thing that's really serializable is the player, and the player, but not all the components of the player are serializing. So we're not serializing the inventory or equipment. So we gotta make items serializable. That should be, for the most part, weapons should be easy to serialize. Story Girl, happy Sunday. So nice to see you again. Welcome back. We're struggling with internet this morning, but we got it working. I basically just started streaming. So I didn't realize how much bandwidth I didn't realize I had a limit on my bandwidth. I have 1.2 terabyte bandwidth on my internet, and then they start throttling you. And I discovered that this morning. So I upgraded this morning, and I guess I just needed to restart my router to get that change in, because when I went to try to go live at first, nothing was working, but went ahead and upgraded it. I can't believe how much data I've used in 7 days. That's insane to me. But it makes sense. I'm cross streaming to Twitch and YouTube, and then I'm also doing a lot of video uploads and data, getting ready stuff. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. That's how much can happen in 7 days. But getting all my class stuff ready to go. I've been uploading lots and lots of files. Smab, it's so nice to see you. Good morning, my friend. Happy Sunday. We're in week 2 of 2023. It's January 8th. And we're about to do a sign on here. Let's see I gotta get Discord open again. It's booting up here. But we have a scene working for a shop. What's interesting about such a scene like this, let's get Discord over here, is just how much is going on behind the scenes, right? I could slap together a prototype scene like this that just looks kind of nice and acts the way this does, but there's so much going on under the hood. Nice. So yeah, nice, Story Girl, getting your getting to the point where we can wire things up. That's always a satisfying point, right? So in the I'm slightly worried, and I shouldn't be worried because I'm always surprised at my students, but I'm always nervous when I give them a project where they end up with something that looks kind of like this. So this dice notation tool here, they're gonna get to a point where they're doing this, and in my mind, I'm like, this is so cool, and I'm always worried that a student's gonna get here and go, well, yeah, but this isn't a thing. But I'm always surprised by the students, the type of students that are taking programming classes. This is the type of thing that is satisfying to see these statistics and numbers. It's at least, I'd say 80% of them. So we'll see though. I'm a little worried that students are going to really dislike this part of the project, but I could be surprised. I'm always surprised in the parts of the projects I think students aren't going to like, they end up liking, and the parts that I think they're going to like, they end up not liking. So in like this part here, I feel like the character creation part, getting this up and running, I always feel like, oh, this is gonna be so cool. Students are gonna love this. But I bet you anything that students are gonna say, oh, well, this wasn't even as fun. The dice roller thing was really cool, but the character creation page wasn't that interesting. We'll see though. I'm really interested to see what my student says. But we're gonna work on this RPG project one more day, and then I think I'm gonna probably more than one more day, but one more day for now. Tomorrow I'm not sure what we'll be working on, but I think I need to, we'll see at least one more day on this project. But my class starts tomorrow, and so I've been putting together, they're not going to be using this site to do it. I have another site where I'm putting different like chunks of projects, so they're going to get up to the they're at the very least going to do this dice notation part. And then I think the character generator, and then we're going to move on to another project, and then they can come back to this if they want. So I have like 6 weeks to actually finish this project. So I have quite a bit of time to get this into like a better shape, but tomorrow we're probably going to be working on a different project to get my class in a better shape. Okay. But today, what do we want to do? I want to get these things serialized. So we're going to be talking about the Unity serialization tools. They're built-in ones. We're not going to be using a third-party library. We're going to be using the JSON utils and learning how to get our data turned into JSON data. Turns out to not be that bad. It took me a little while to understand how to do it. There's just an interface you got to implement. Where's my sign-on channel? Sign on. All right, we're going to sign on though. We're going to try and get ourselves focused for the day. So last time we essentially finished the shop scene. Buy, sell works. We've got a whole new dialogue system, which is nice. And really we want to be able to switch scenes. So we need to be able to go from the shop scene back to the world hub, or like in a dungeon to a shop. So we sort of need to set up a button to do that, which wouldn't be too hard, but to serialize the character between the scenes is a little bit more difficult. So we are going to serialize, we're going to do this one here, serialize items, weapons, inventory, equipment, manifest. So sign on. Our goal today, goals, serialize all, serialize everything, the character, serialize the player, the character class. This includes inventory, items, and equipment manifest. The hardest one is going to be the equipment manifest, so it uses a dictionary. And dictionaries don't serialize by default, so it's not crazy to do it. So we just have to sort of convert it into a list ahead of time, and then when we deserialize, change that list back. So we got to be able to serialize these things back and forth. And so I'm going to start by writing a test that says, given something, I'm going to serialize it. When I deserialize it, all the stuff should be the same. Everything, it should have all the same stuff in it. So we're going to start with that. Okay, bonus add transitions to weapon armor shop. So there's no armor stuff yet, so add transition to weapon shop from town hub. All right, so there we go. Mab, though, it's so nice to see you. How have you been? How have you been, my friend? Okay. That's our goal for today. Let's get our editor open and connected to this. And we're going to start some serialization. Okay, and so let's start with some tests. That's awesome. Added Q letter dice to my dice and tiles library. That's awesome. Are they the Q list dice? You say Q letter. I'm assuming you mean Q list. That's cool. I have a little project I started in Ruby like a year ago. My partner, she's a programmer as well. So we started. We were long distance last year. We moved in. We ended up moving together this past summer, but I was in California. I was working at a school in California, and so we finally got a different job here. But we were remote, and so we were building this sort of remote Q-list game together. Didn't quite finish it, but that's okay. It was just a fun thing to work on together. Do I have changes here? What are my changes? I must have been fiddling with something yesterday. Yeah. I was just fiddling with getting the character to look a little bit different. I was making a new thing. I made a weapons class and a weapons builder. Yeah. So, let's add this in. I wanted to make that scene look a little bit nicer. So this was a chore. Make shop scene buildable. So I wanted it to be buildable so I could publish it on the site just as like a template. So I wanted to get a little demo scene on the class project site. Say, hey, this is sort of where we're going. The instructions to get there aren't done yet, but this is where we're going. That's super cool though, Smab. All right, in our model here, we need to serialize. What are we serializing? We need to serialize the player. Okay, so I'm gonna write a test. And the idea is my player character player character test. We want to make sure the player character can serialize. And so we want to make sure all the equipment and stuff that they have is the same. Player character test. All right. And probably gonna have to import all of this stuff, but we're gonna construct a character. So player character here. Let's get Unity to build this. I always feel weird saying let's get Unity to build this. We click over there, it should compile this. I wish I could. Maybe there's a button I can click over here to invoke that, but it does bother me a little bit that I have to click over to Unity to get things to compile. All right, so we're writing a test. Public void test serialization. Okay, and so the lame test is going to be I construct a character, I serialize the character, I deserialize the character, and then I check to see, is everything the same? Are they close enough to the same that it doesn't matter? So essentially, if they're the same, it is what we care about. So to construct a player character, we have to give them a name. So we'll go with Darwin. That's the name we've been. Oh, let's not use Darwin. Testy Testerson. There we go. Construct a set of abilities. And then our portraits. Test portrait. Okay. And we'll make a class. That's not what I want. And we have to test that this is the same. So this will be equals new. And construct new abilities. I think this is private, so I have to do it through the abilities. Is it private? Yeah, it's private. So I have to construct one using the builder, which is fine. New abilities dot builder dot build. Okay, so this will let us construct that. So this lets us set things. It gives us the nicety of doing it this way, so we don't have to remember the order. Set score. Ability dot strength. And we're just gonna do it like this. 1, 2. Oh, not a comma, just a dot. There we go. Go through each one. Porpless. I don't know why. I don't know why you wanted to stop spamming your emotes. I don't know why Nightbot is so crazy. All right. So that I just made a noise of disgust. I don't know why Nightbot's so. Here. Try that again. Okay. Try it again. I adjusted the option to be a little bit less. The timeout on these are crazy too. Alright, there we go. Nightbot's limit was set to, if you had 3 emotes in a single message, it would stop you. I feel like 3 emotes is okay. I bumped it up to 10. 10 feels alright. Core, it's so nice to see you this morning. Happy Sunday, my friend. What's the error here? I think this is just expected a semicolon or something. What? Expected a closing curly brace. Curly, curly, curly. Type or namespace definition. Oh. For some reason the word private's in front of that. Did I type private there? Someone's I gotta get better at programming, man. There we go, Smab. I love it. I love it. That's like a super emoji there. I don't know if those come through in the recording. They do. Sweet. All right. Yeah, I set up some tool. I forget what tool I'm using, but has the chat just go on an overlay for me. But yeah, we should be able to more easily test this. So we'll do agility. We'll do it in the order that these are here. Constitution, dexterity, diplomacy, intelligence, perception. I made too many of these, didn't I? Strength. And we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lo-fi craft. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Let me know if I'm saying that right. I'm assuming I'm right, but if I'm not saying your name right, let me know. Lo-Fi Craft, welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. We are writing some tests. We got to serialize our characters so we can transition them from scene to scene, and this can require us to write serializers for essentially all of our stuff. But happy Sunday. I'm glad to have you here. How are you doing? Let's see, what is slightly distracted here. Had to fix. Sorry, I had a little setting over here on the side I needed to fix. All right, I'm doing excellent. I'm doing excellent. We're here. We're coding. We're having a beautiful time. Oh, sorry, Lo-Fi, if I missed you over on YouTube. I just saw your message on YouTube. That's what I was adjusting, as I didn't have all my chats up. So yeah, there's just some demandy stuff with the tests here that that I'm going through. So I need to make a character, and then I need to like modify. I'm gonna add some stuff to the character's inventory. So I need to make some weapons. But luckily I wrote this nice weapons class, so we should be able to do this without a ton of difficulty. Fun fact, I can't code. That's okay. Look, coding isn't hard. Coding well, that's hard. I bet if you want, in about 10-15 minutes you could code, but you wouldn't be coding well. But you can learn to code pretty quickly. Learning to code well, now that's a craft that takes some time. Are you so what do you do, Lo-Fi Craft? I'm curious, since you don't code, and you're in my stream. I'm curious. Not that I love that you're here. I'm curious. What do you do? What do you do? What brings you here? How did you? What were you doing that brought you to this this game dev coding stream? So we'll add these things to the inventory. Coding in Roblox. Gotcha. Character dot equipment dot we're gonna equip a weapon dot dagger into the slot equipment slot dot right hand. All right, so we're gonna equip the character like this. We are gonna serialize them, and then see if we can deserialize them. So then we should have player character dot encode. All right, player character encode character. So this should be our string serialized. Yeah, I would love to. I say go dot, but I keep hearing people saying Godot, so I'm probably wrong. And it would probably go with it. It would be a dot with a capital T if it was go dot, but Godot. I would really like to. I would love to be able to use Godot with C#, and so they're getting there. They're getting there. I'm not a fan of languages, of programming in languages that are dynamically typed. That means, so see how we have the type. I'm saying like this variable abilities is of type abilities. This variable character is type player character. This variable serialized is of type string. I really like to program in languages that have a type system that's compiled. It's known, and so dynamic languages drive me up the wall a little bit. So I definitely don't program them all that much. And when I'm in those languages, I almost always use a typer. So Python, for example. Python, you can specify type annotations, and you can run a, what is it called, an analysis on it that'll help you out. But if I'm doing web stuff, I'm almost always doing TypeScript rather than JavaScript. There are times when dynamic typing can be useful. Don't get me wrong, they definitely get in the way. Types can get in the way when you want to do something fast and simple. Serialized. All right, so then we're gonna say player character loaded player character dot decode serialized. So the idea here is that this serialized should match exactly everything here, and we don't have equality checks for everything in here. So it would be nice if I could just say that they're dot equals, but I haven't written that check yet. So, but we're gonna even if I had that check, the dot equals might be slightly busted. So maybe I should write a dot equals. That's probably what I should do. So I should check if assert are equal character and loaded. That's what I should do. But that will only work if all of my other things dot equals work. So I suppose I should do that. Yeah, I suppose I should do that. But I also want to make sure that, so dot equals, okay. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll write some equality checkers. Okay. Can I generate them? I know in Visual Studio I can generate them. In VS Code, I don't know if I have a generator for them built in. Let's try it. Generate, let's Google it. Let's Google it. Generate equals C# VS Code. Generate is in Visual Studio. Is there a way to automatically generate in Visual Studio? I might open up Visual Studio just for this feature. Let's see here. I should know this. I wish I knew this tool a little bit better. Here we go. Generate equals and hash code. So that'll put it down there at the bottom. Nice. Okay. All right, so we generated equals and a hash code. And we want to do that for everything else. Then we sort of need to check. We're going to have to write a test for the equality check. So in this case, if we know that equals works, then we're happy with other things. But that means we have to write an equality check as well. So public void test equality. Test. So doing some of the not so fun stuff today. Lo-Fi Craft, thank you for the follow. I hope you're enjoying the stream. As always, I'm all about learning to code, getting better, growing ourselves. So if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Don't hesitate to ask. What is the... There's like a before... Is it setup? Yeah, setup, public void, setup. Over on YouTube, Mike Collard says, happy Sunday. Mike Collard, my dad, happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, Dad. Good morning. How do I make movement, Lo-Fi Craft? Well, it depends. It depends on what you're using. Are you making movement in Godot? Is going to be very different than, maybe not very different, but different than movement in, say, Unity, or movement in just like a web platform. So that's a very vague question. So I'm not saying it's a bad question. It's just a vague question. So often we get a question like, well, here's a good way to pose a question is, I am trying to do X. Here is what I've done. This is what I'm expecting, but this is what's happening. So trying to learn how to phrase your questions in that way can be super helpful for being able to answer. And sometimes something like, how do I make movement? You might say, well, I'm not sure where to start. I'm trying to make movement happen in X, Y, or Z. So setup here. Is this what I think it is? N unit setup. two-factor authentication problem recently. It makes some people cannot log in. I did not know that. I did not know that. I haven't experienced that. I did enable two-factor authentication. I didn't know that. Setup, I think, should happen at the beginning of each test, right? Set up this entry inside of a test fixture. Provide a common set of functions. All right, so I should actually say the oops. Test fixture. Should be putting that on these. That's really, really annoying. I know that LastPass has been having some issues. This RPG will not be multiplayer. So this, I'm building up, so I'm teaching an Intro to Unity class. And so I'm trying to keep it simpler. So I've already made it a little bit too complex, but this will not be multiplayer. It is supposed to be more of a, it's how you might go about writing like a text-based RPG and then adding an interface to it using Unity. So over at adventurequest.captaincoder.org is where I'm posting, I'm building up like a project walkthrough. This one will not be multiplayer though. Good question. That's an excellent question. Setup methods may either be static or may define more than one of them in a fixture. Normally, multiple setup methods are only defined at different levels of inheritance. Explain if a setup method fails to throw an exception, the test is not executed. The setup attribute is inherited. I'm wondering if that are performed just before each method test is called. Yeah, so this happens before each method test. Did a cookie clicker in Scratch? That's still cool. See, you're coding. That counts as coding. Maybe not text-based coding, but it counts as coding. Idle clicker game. Cookie clicker is an idle coding game. Is that right? Private abilities. Private player character. So we'll set it up this way. And then we should have that in our equality test as well. So we should be able to check that the equality of two different characters. I'm not sure Nightbot will let you send the link. You can try. Send the link and see what happens, and then if it doesn't go through, I'll reshare it. So if people want to check it out, they can. I'm trying not to get too distracted. A better place to send it would be on the Discord. If you send it on the Discord, I will absolutely check it out. So on the Discord channel, there's a share your work section, and if you post there, you can post it in the chat too. But I don't think I'll get to it at this exact moment, just because I'm trying. This is a little bit complex, and so I'm trying to focus here. But keep the question coming, keep chatting. I don't want to get too distracted. Okay, so we have that. I don't know if this makes sense to go up there, but that's okay. So then, if we have two characters that are identical, abilities other. And this should be player character other. These two should be identical. These two characters should be identical. Assert dot r equal character and character other. So, try posting in the chat. Nightbot might block you. You could also send me a direct message. If you send me a direct message, I'll repost it. But I think Nightbot stops links by default. So these two should be identical. Yeah. But this is our little cookie clicker clone. Sweet. All right. I won't be able to check it out right now just because I want to make sure I'm focused here on this, but I'll try and remember. And if you sign up for the Discord and post it on the Share Your Work, one of the Share Your Work channels, I'd love to check out what you're doing. And then these should not be equal. Abilities other, not equal. Not equal. Rename this one. Abilities identical. Character identical. And then this one should be abilities not equal. Okay. So if I change just one, so we'll do abilities not equal, otherwise they're the same. So we'll change just one of the abilities here. So they should be not equal. Even though they're identical in every other way, their abilities don't match, so they shouldn't be equal. I might have put something there. I'm not sure if this is the actual way I'd like to do this. Not are not equal. What's the difference between are equal and are same? I just saw are same. Do you post the stream link self in the Twitch chat on Discord? Yeah, I post the stream link on Discord. So when I go live, I'll post a stream. I'll post a link there. What are we doing? I want to check n unit are equal versus are same. I think are same is probably a quality checks. Are same. Method overloads to make special prevention. Test whether two arguments are equal. Test whether two arguments reference the same object. Okay, this is referential equality. Okay. Do you post the stream link self in Twitch? Oh, Nightbot. I don't quite understand exactly what you're saying. Do you post the stream link self in the Twitch chat on Discord? You can use Nightbot for that too. I guess I'm not quite understanding. Sorry, I'm not understanding what you're exactly saying. So now they're not equal. Now let's make one. So this, we actually got to use identical abilities. Well, in this one I should be able to just use abilities again. Okay, so even though it's a separate, this should be identical abilities. This one should be not identical abilities. When I start the stream, Nightbot will send the link in the Discord chat for that. Oh, I could probably set up that. Yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying. Now we're gonna have identical abilities, but our inventory will be different. Character inventory diff. I don't have that set up. I don't have that, so I will say I do not have that set up, but I understand what you're saying now. And so now they're gonna have the same inventory but different equipment. Character equipment diff. Okay, so if the equipment's different. All right, so this test should fail because it's not serializing. I don't have the equality check set up for anything. Let's see here. Run all. Oh, let's save. Yeah, so my player character test quality, test serialization aren't working, which makes sense. Oh, I have a lot of followers, but no one will watch my stream. I'm actually not too, I'm not too concerned with my numbers in that regard. I'm mostly live streaming so that I can point my students, say, hey, go look at this. Or so I can, mostly for myself to document what I'm doing, I can go back and look at it later. And be able to show it to my students that the development process, when I create these projects, I get questions on my students are always interested that my project's like, how do you come up with that? How do you do that? Because when you have a framework set up, a product set up, oh, it's so lonely to not have anyone. Yeah, I just talk to myself anyway, I think is is how I feel about it. When I'm programming, I'll just talk to myself anyway. Ability score equality. All right, so now we're gonna add equality to our ability score to make that simple. This one should work out of the box, but let's try to test for it. Character, create new file, ability score test. This one should work out of the box. Score test. Ah, you speak German. I'm jealous. I only speak English. I speak like less than novice Spanish. So I'm from New Mexico. I've taken, I think, 3 years of Spanish. I took 2 years of Spanish in high school, 4 years of Spanish, then 2 years of Spanish in college. You'd think I would be more fluent, but I don't. A lot of my friends speak Spanish. I used to be able to understand Spanish a lot better than I can speak. I used to be able to watch Spanish television, and I can read. I used to be able to read Spanish pretty well as well, but still like novice level. I love listening to Spanish music though. Spanish music. It has some really awesome music. I just love the way Spanish sounds. I probably would really like Italian too, is what I've heard. Or probably any Latin language. Test equality. Alright, so we're gonna test equality here on our ability score. That's not German. I don't know what that is. I hope it's nothing offensive. But I wouldn't be able to tell. I don't think that's German either. Japanese, nice. Tried to learn so Japanese is a hard one to learn. I was planning to go to Tokyo for the Olympics, so I started learning Japanese using the Pimsleur method, but then COVID happened and I ended up not going. But my plan was to go to the 2020 Olympics and had tickets, and then just ended up not going because of all the craziness. All of that craziness. Probably would have been crazy anyway, so part of me is, I don't know, glad I didn't go, but relieved that I didn't have to deal with the stress of going. Would have been a lot of stress. I've never traveled that far. I've been out of the country a few times to Canada. So I'm from the United States. So I've been to Canada and Mexico. But not that far. Let's get this to reopen. What is that? Oh, this is sad. That's what it says. Gotcha. All right, so we'll have this one compared to abilities other. These should be equal, abilities same. These should be equal. So assert dot are equal, abilities and abilities same. Oh, and we want to just check that the ability score. This is just ability. I'm gonna go with abilities test. Let's rename this abilities score. Abilities test. I'm not gonna go all the way down to the ability score because I think it should sort of get encapsulated here in abilities. Although I could test the ability score, making sure that the modifier is right, but it's just this formula. Feeling pretty good about that. So let's go up to abilities. Let's do one more test here. We'll make one that's different. Abilities diff. All it should take would be one thing to be different for them to not be equal. Are not equal abilities diff. What should I do for a game on Roblox? A tycoon or a mining sim? I love tycoon games, but I also, so this is hard for me. I love tycoon games, but I also, it turns out I kind of grindy games. I'd go with tycoon. You know, that's my gut says tycoon. I love tycoon games. Some of my favorite games are tycoon. If you've never played Pizza Tycoon, that one's one of my favorites. It's an old one. But it's like Pizza Shop Tycoon. You have to run a pizza shop. Cool. I'm not sure exactly when you say mining simulator. I'm not 100% sure what that would entail. So I'm curious. Let's see if we change another one, if it would also be different. So here's my test. Now we got to actually add equality to this. And I think in this one, we actually don't care about this underlying list here. So let's add in equality. But we can get rid of that list. We really only care that the... we don't care about the list. So this list, ability scores, we don't care about. So we don't care about ability scores. It's just abilities. And so, yeah, we don't care. We care that the dictionaries match. All right. So this abilities test, I hope will work. So let's test if the abilities equality works. When you say you play Roblox like 2017, does it mean you've been playing since 2017? Abilities test. Does not pass. Let's go see which one is failing. Line 33. Fascinating. So let's figure out what's going on here. Let's attach the debugger. Put it in the equals method. Probably something simple here. Totals. Fascinating. All right, let us... Possible that my ability scores don't actually have equality checking. Name ability score modifier. Modifier. Oh, equals. Name ability score. All right, let's attach the debugger. Cool. Miri Run over on YouTube. Hello. Happy Sunday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Just a heads up, I don't watch the YouTube chat as well as I should. So if you want to join us over on Twitch, feel free to do so. But you can also just keep walking on YouTube. I don't want to discourage people from watching on YouTube either. But when we're live, the chat is a little bit more lively on Twitch typically. But welcome aboard. It's so nice to see you. And as always, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer. I don't always have good answers, but all right, we're attached here. Let's try this equality test. So the debugger should pause here so we can actually check, okay, what is going on? What's different? Total minus 23 here. Okay, that's interesting. Ability counts has 7 abilities. These should be the same. This is fascinating. Let's see which one of these is not. Oh, I should have broken this out maybe a little bit to be able to check it. So if I step over here, base gunslinger. I have tried GitHub Copilot. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Freaks me out a little bit, but it's not. It's fascinating. I think it's really interesting, and a lot of power behind it. You still need to use it effectively. You need to know what you're doing. It's really good for generating certain things, though, for sure. We caught an exception. Oh. What is the exception that we caught? Oh, this is that our test failed. Okay, so we returned false on our test, I think. Test result comes back. Oh, this is cool. I didn't know that. Don't know any coding language at all. Yeah, you could use it, and maybe it's still important to understand what you're doing with it. I suspect it would be very, very easy to write some really unfortunate bugs. All right, so my test is gonna fail here. I need to break this out so I know which component of that is failing. Gosh, this opened up everything. I highly recommend learning how to do a little bit of code. If you want to do C# scripting in Unity, it's going to be really important for you to learn the basics of coding. So you'll want to spend something like 20, I always say at least 20 hours, but somewhere between 20 and 40 before you even start trying to do some C# scripting in Unity. Otherwise, you're going to learn some really, really bad habits. So I highly, highly, highly recommend trying to pick up a book. If you like books for learning, I always recommend, let me turn this on here. The C# Player Guide, I think, is the best, absolute best. Here, it's on my desk here, the C# Player's Guide. This is the best learn C# book, I think, that exists. It uses, you learn C# out of the context of like a video game development or anything like that, but it's really, really fun. It's written sort of like an RPG. It has like experience tables and stuff, has a world map. I absolutely love this book. I use it with my when I teach. I think it's really, really good. If you're looking, if you don't want to buy a book, I have been writing a workbook. It's not a full book, but I've been writing a work, and I've written parts of it. It's incomplete. But this website here it's sort of a workbook that the goal is to teach you how to program in C#. Yeah, so that's exactly right, Unity Coder. You need to be able to understand the code to adjust it for your needs. So it's really good, I think, for getting like a template out there, but you still need to be able to look at it. And especially if you're going to use code generators, write unit tests. You absolutely have to write unit tests. But yeah, learn some C#, and then if you really want, if you want a full-fledged C# book that's free, the Yellow Book is another one I recommend. I need to add these to my Nightbot because I post these all the time for people asking. But those are the 3 resources I always recommend for learning C# if you have no programming background. I think those are some awesome resources for it. So I hope that's helpful. I hope I answered your question-based Gunslinger. But welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Awesome. Yeah. So first choice is C# Player's Guide. It's like $30 though. So if can be quite prohibitive for some people. $30 can be very expensive depending on where you're at in the world. All right. So I want to check this equality. I want to break these out into individual pieces. Because the equality check is failing. Bool, dictionary. This has to be the problem, right? Oh, that's some fancy syntax there. Yeah, it doesn't. So it's super tricky to get it in there. Working the way abilities. We do this. Let's do this. If I do that, that's cool. That I learned something new. When you're checking this you can create a new variable in line with it. Yeah, it doesn't know when it gets done. This is why it's, you know, I suggest if you're going to use code generators like that, you should really be return false here. You really gotta write unit tests. You have to write unit tests. Total. Total. And most people hate writing unit tests, so that's sort of where you end up with trouble with those sort of things. But can be super helpful if you and cool. It's just amazing, really. All right. Mod. All right. So this should help me figure out what chunk of this is not equal. Yeah, I didn't. So I didn't realize you could do this. I always end up adding a variable inside the check later, and now I'm just so happy. This makes me a very happy. I was gonna say happy camper, but I should say it makes me a very happy coder. Makes me a happy coder. Semicolon's missing here. All right. Ooh, that's a. I'm the wrong person to ask that because I'm going to tell you that 90% of Unity's tutorials are bad. And they're not bad in that they don't teach you Unity. All right, so let me start over. Unity tutorials, so many of them teach you bad habits. And so it has led me to, I'm teaching a Unity class this term, and because of all the tutorials that drives me nuts, when you can do it in switch expression as when, yeah, so usually when I do it in a switch expression, it sort of just knows, so it's nice to know that in the if statement there, so I step over that. Yeah, this is the one that's false. So my dictionaries are not equal. My totals aren't equal. What? Oh no, it's true. I just was, okay. So yeah, the dictionary compare is not equal. Why aren't these dictionaries equal? Why? When we... Wow. All right, we're gonna have to... All right, I'm gonna have to shrink the font here. That's what I'm wondering. I'm assuming that this, when I generate the equality comparer, so it should be checking the, my assumption is that it's checking the, using equals, but maybe not. So okay, so here's how I would check that. Let's hit continue here. I could easily check that if I go down to my ability score and add in a check here. All right, so I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. So it should, if I run it now, it should do that. So when it goes to check those, I should see. So if I click step over, it's doing, oh, it's not. It's not. It is not triggering my dot equals. That's fascinating. That it doesn't do that. Ooh. I didn't mean to hit stop there. That's okay. I'll reconnect in a second. Oh, I have a book that you could. Uh, Here's another book that is I can semi recommend. It's not terrible. This is a book that I think has some good stuff in it. Learn C sharp by developing games with Unity. I think this book's pretty good as well. And Smab's reading a book. Would you recommend the book you're going through, Smab? But yeah, the Unity Learn has some good stuff to learn the interface. So yeah, this is not checking. This is not checking. Just checking referential equality, which is interesting. Well, it never gets here. Okay, so let's look up how the equality comparer works. Comparing dictionaries, all right. C sharp, compare dictionaries for equality. Testing for equality between dictionaries. dict1.count and in this context, integers are said to be equal if they contain the same set of keys. And for every such key, this is not correct. I'm like, two different objects are equal. Smab's only on chapter 2. Gotcha. But I also think so. If you already know C sharp, there's like a whole different set of requirements for learning. I think I'm gonna just have to write my own equality check here, because I'm not sure equality comparer. What does equality comparer do? C sharp equality comparer. Where's equality compare? So I think I need to change this default quality comparer. Dictionary quality. The following example creates a dictionary collection of type box. When an equality compare, the two boxes are considered equal if their dimensions are the same. It then adds the box in the collection. The dictionary is recreated with an equality compare, finds equality in a different way. Two boxes are considered equal if their volumes are the same. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Smab. I appreciate it. And I hope everyone else appreciates it as well. The default property checks whether T implements the I-equatable generic. If so, uses the equality comparator that invokes it. Otherwise, it returns an equality comparator as provided T. We recommend that you derive the equality comparator class instead of implementing I-equality comparer method of the object for testing equality. Using this instead of the object that equals. Okay, so it's not using the object that equals when we do this. It wants us to implement I-equatable, which feels interestingly overkill. But let's see if we do that on ability for wrong spot. I-equatable with ability score. So it's wanting to use this. And so implement explicitly. So this should just be our dot equals. Which feels like should be the default, but let us see if that helps. Can I attach you again? Excellent. Let's keep going here. Let's keep going here. Trying to get... It's a quality check. Step over. It still isn't going in there. All right. Do I need to... Let's just stop it. Do I need to... Abilities dot... Wow. So I could do it this way. So let's just make sure they have all the keys for each key value pair from ability to ability score. Let's make sure I'm not crazy. Pairs in abilities. We want to make sure that abilities dot contains or specifically at pairs dot key dot equals abilities dot abilities. God, the name here is terrible. Compare the keys first for speed. Okay. All right, good to know. Then check the value pairs. All right. Wow, that's annoying. But okay. That's fine. So for speed, they want you to check. Okay. I'm gonna do this real quick. Yeah, based. You're in the right place. You're in the right place. If you haven't joined the Discord as well, there is a pretty good community building up. It's not giant. It's not a giant community yet. So we're gonna go through it, and then we want to make sure that their counts are the same. So we'll say, yeah, we want to. All right. So I don't need this all here now, but this goes away. We need to check abilities.count. Sorry, this is naming is bad. We're gonna call this other. So it'd be other dot count, other dot abilities dot count not equal to. So just compare the keys collection rather than the key value pairs. Well, I'm gonna eventually have to compare them together anyway, aren't I, Smad? Because I have to check that the key value pair goes together. I'm curious. All right, so I could do the following. I'd say other dot abilities dot keys, because I can't just do, but only if the first one doesn't fail. This dot abilities dot keys. And I'm assuming that this does not work the way I want it to. So really this thing's only going to have 7 entries anyway. So it should be, all of the keys are guaranteed to be there is the thing. Because when this thing's constructed, it's guaranteed to have all the keys. The keys are gonna it's gonna have all the keys actually. It's guaranteed if it was constructed correctly using the builder that it'll have every key. So for sure it's gonna have all the keys. So actually I know for sure that all the keys are going to be there, and if they're not, really the way to check here is to do this, I'd say. The number of keys should be in there, so it should be, yeah, so yeah, other dot abilities dot count, hang on, oh, I lost my if statement. Other dot abilities dot count is equal to this dot abilities dot count. They need the same number of things. Bool condict. Okay. And then we loop through all of them that the values are there. So I should then be able to just turn it into a set and compare the sets. So if this, so then I would do other abilities dot to. I'm gonna be lazy here because I know it's gonna be not giant anyway. And well, when you say dot equals on what? I don't know what I can't just do dot equals on dictionaries. Well, let's try it. Let's try it. I thought maybe, okay, let's try it. That's a good question. I want to. That might be, I would be. Other dot abilities dot, other dot abilities. If it does, then I'm really annoyed that this thing generated that way and it's terrible. All right, let's try that. Let's try this. Ugh, all of that. If this works, let's check it out. Yeah, that doesn't work. Yeah, dot equals does not work for dictionaries, unfortunately. And it, yeah, so it's not triggering this equals to be called. So yeah, that doesn't work. What I can do though, all right, so let's, I'm amazed that this doesn't exist. It has to. Dictionary C# compare by compare key value pairs. I have one dictionary and one list. In the list, key value pair, and there's a key value dictionary. You know that these two elements are equal. It's not what I care about. Two dictionary, even if their contents are the same. A dictionary is a reference type. Its bits cannot be checked. Key order in two dictionaries, it may have different order of keys if they are equal. The counts are exact same. Example code. I shouldn't have to write this. Compare content equality. Compare two in as keys a string and as a value int. I assume two units are equal if they both have the same keys. Then for each key, each value list. Use this and this related question, but both fail. So first, we need an equality comparer for your dictionaries. It needs to ensure that they have matching keys, and if they do, compare the values that match. Why? Why does it have to? I'm just amazed that this, which is the following extension. I'm just kind of amazed that this doesn't exist by default somewhere. Yeah, I just want to check that the contents of both of the things are there. Yeah, so my plan is to just do that. That's sort of what I want to do. It just feels annoying to do it. Okay. But yeah, so that's sort of essentially what I was gonna do here is dot okay, all right, so we're just gonna do abilities dot where. God, this feels dumb. Other dot abilities pair dot key equals pair dot value. Sequence equal, but the order isn't necessarily the same. Sequence equal. Let's look at what sequence is. Link sequence equal. Determines whether two sequences are equal by comparing elements by using the default equality compare. Yeah, so the order that they come out isn't necessarily going to be correct. So we're just going to check that. If any of the pairs are not matching, then we fail. All right, so, or I could do this. I say all. They all have to match. No. What does all do? Here we go. This is what I want. All right, check that all the pairs match, and I'm gonna make sure that that they're the same size. All right, this is how I'm gonna do it. Bool dict comp dict. All right, so we're gonna say that abilities dot count is equal to other dot abilities dot count, and all of the pairs match. All right, maybe this is stupid. Maybe not. I'm more grumpy that it doesn't exist. And I'm grumpy that the default implementer, I guess it's probably there's probably something. Connect the debug. Now what's going on? Okay, so maybe I actually am dumb and this isn't doing. It still fails, so there's something else wrong. Okay, are these the same? I'd like to stop here. Won't let me do that. Oh, now I messed up. Or maybe it's failing on a different line and I'm just not paying attention. Menaliki, hello. Good morning. Let's disable these for now. All right, let's stop. For every pair, it's going all right. It's going all right. I'm trying to write an equality check here and am suffering. Clearly, it's triggering my dot equals now. It's okay. Sometimes suffering is okay. It's kind of just hard for me to see what is being returned in this thing here. I just need to get better at debugging is really what it is. Yeah, how are you going? How are things going for you, Menaliki? It's nice to see you. I love your Super Meat Boy emoji. It's my favorite one, I think. Where did you get that one? That's a Twitch Glow one? Gotcha. Yeah, Smab, this is the generated. I was just trying to generate these. Really? I really just wanted the auto-generated ones to work. I want to see what this method is returning, but I can't. that a thing? Hand to hand is not a thing. Ah. All right, well, let's... If... Oh. This one shouldn't matter. Those shouldn't matter. Okay, let's try again. This is what I get for auto-generated code. So whoever's asking about Chat GPT auto-generated code, this is not even using the Chat GPT. This is using like the editor auto-generated equality check. And it is this should, in my mind, should just work, but it doesn't. True. Why is it? Sorry if object. Nightbot's gotcha. So this is what Story Girl is saying. If object equals blah blah blah, and yeah. So I want to see each one individually in the debugger is the reason I'm doing it. I want to see which one's failing, and this is making me crazy. Although I just rewrote my check, so maybe I just removed some of the stuff there, so it might actually just work now. Oh my goodness. All right, I fixed it. Oh, print line debugging. Okay, so but it's still. This is insanity. Oh no. Here's what it was happening. Oh, I was not. Oh. Oh boy. All right, let's detach the debugger. I was so, you ever so smart, you outsmart yourself. That's what I just did down there. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this. Yes, Mab, you were right. That's why I changed it. Code Red Games. Oh, thank you so much for the raid. If you're not following Code Red Games, you absolutely should be. Code Red Games is making an awesome roguelike, Souls-like game. Is it a rogue game, Code Red? I'm pretty sure it's a roguelike game as well. But yeah, Code Red Games is awesome. Let's go check out their channel real quick so you can see what they got going on. Code Red Games. One of my favorite streamers, one of my favorite game developers. Got some awesome stuff going on over here. Oh, they're live right now. Oh, their stream is ending. Gotcha. They're making this awesome game, but go check out their game on Steam. Wishlist their game on Steam. Awesome stuff. Follow them. Check them out. They are incredibly talented developer. Watch them. Love them. Love their stuff. But thank you so much for the raid. And everyone else who just came aboard, welcome aboard. We are working on... Yeah. Their stuff is awesome. Oh, thank you everyone so much for the follows. Zoker, Star, Danelius. Let me know if I'm pronouncing anything wrong. And is that Pie Dude? Thank you so much for the follows. Welcome aboard. I am trying today to get some serialization stuff working. So we're writing some unit tests for serialization to see if we can get stuff working, and I'm just failing at it. Okay, there it goes. All right, so we finally got that test working. But yeah, thank you, Smab. Daniel, gotcha. I will call you Daniel. So now we should be able to put this back in here, like this. This check, I think, so Smab, you were right. This check for some reason was failing. I don't know exactly what was going on here. I think the string check or something was off. But this, gonna go back in here. Unit test poggers, yeah, we're doing serialization, so absolute necessity here. Sporadi Kate, thank you for the follow. Let me know if, again, Sporadi Kate, I might just call you Kate, but let me know if I'm pronouncing it correct or not. But welcome aboard, So happy to have everyone here. And then let's fix this test as well. So, and Kate, so nice to have you. Love that emoji you're using. Very cute. Let's do these simpler ones first. Oh, why am I so bad at this? Gotta get this in here. Okay. All right, but yeah, for everyone who's just coming in, let's make sure this is still working. Why do I keep deleting things I need? There we go. There we go. Maybe. Whew. All right, check that one more time. Oh. If I were an Emacs, this never would have happened. All right, my equality test is working. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. We spent far too long on that. All right, but yeah, everyone who's just came in, I'm working on an RPG prototype. So it's like the idea is Dungeons and Dragons style RPG. I teach, I'm a computer science teacher. I'm going to be teaching an intro to Unity class starting tomorrow, actually. Intro to Unity class for my students are ages 11 to 14, so young students, but teaching them programming. All of them have at least a semester in C#. And so we're building up a character creator. If you want to check out the project so far, go to adventurequest.captaincoder.org. But they build a dice roller. Then they learn how to parse in dice notation. So we're learning about dice notation. So the whole first part is learning about dice notation. So they can type in stuff like 3d6 plus 1d20 and then get like the probability distribution of that and do some analysis. So we start out talking about like how to do programming design. So how to model things. So if you have some idea, so I want to model a die, how do I model a die? So we go through and we build it up that way. So they're going to build up this dice roller, this dice analyzer, and then they're going to make a character creator where it should be called character generator or character roller. But this is the first, like, I would call cool scene that they make where they get a roll stat for their character, name the character, and like do validation. So if you don't give the character a valid name, you sort of get warnings that it didn't go through. And changing portraits. So this is where we're gonna go. That's gonna be the extent of the project initially, but then later on in the year, if they really liked this one, they can come back to it. And so I'm building out the project, and I'm gonna write out more of the project. So we have like the inventory system we've created here, the equipment system we've created in this project is far too complicated. But so I'm gonna simplify that, but then having like a weapon shop, item shop where you can buy stuff. Didn't have enough money for that, but we can sell these apples and then buy this nice battle axe and see that sort of stuff. Yeah, bright like chrome. I'm so sorry. Is that Pi dude? I don't have a dark mode on my class site yet, so I apologize for that. But yeah, that's what we're doing here. I'm a computer science teacher. I teach programming. I teach computer science, and so we're trying to make the best possible experience for my students. And to do that, you have to know. You can't just jump and say, "Okay, we're gonna make an RPG," and not know how to do it. So I need to learn. I need to do it myself first to know how to do it. So that's what we're doing. All right, so I have my abilities. All right, my abilities is now working. I'm gonna write a little helper for myself. New utilities. Nope, that's not what I want. New folder, utils. All right, we're gonna add in a new dict extensions .cs dictionary extensions, because that made me crazy. Namespace adventure quest walk in the park simulator. Cool. What was your first Unity project? Adventure quest utils public static class dictionary extensions. That gotcha. If you'd want to, I would love to check it out. I'm trying to stay focused today, so I don't have an entire time. But we got a Discord. If you join the Discord, I'd love to see what you have going on. Post a link to it. I'll check it out for sure. Probably later today. All right, so public bool deep compare. Public static bool deep compare. Go with a dictionary of type this. We got to import dictionary real quick. Dictionary key value. I'm assuming the reason I can't do it is because they don't have it in, is because this doesn't exist. Dict 0, and then this one should be dict 1, and we have to say that this happens to be a key value, like that. We'll just return false for now. You need to compile. Sounds really cool. We gotta import this bad boy. This one's on a this. Okay. And we're gonna steal from my abilities here. This. We need these two things. All right. So this would be dict 0, dict 1, dict 0. We're gonna import link using system.link. Other of this should be dict 1. All right, so this isn't quite right. This will work for my purposes. We're gonna make sure all the keys are the same. All right. Yeah. So if you join the Discord, there is a share your work section. Probably posted in games. We'd love to check it out in games. But yeah, share your work section. Love to see it in the games. We want to make sure that all the keys exist first. So this would be dict0.all pair. Oh, and I can actually do, I can cheat here and say dict1 dot contains key pair dot key, and there we go. And then I should be able to come in here and say abilities.deep. And if I am using adventure quest.utils. All right, so because I'm gonna want to do this awesome deep compare obj dot or other abilities. All right, let's make sure we didn't break our test. We did a refactor, but we have a test, so we can actually, without doing a bunch of manual testing, we can run this test and give ourselves some confidence that the change we made didn't break anything. And we're good. We're good. Okay. Thank you for sending it. Definitely want to check that out when I get a chance. If anyone else wants to check it, I'm going to share the link as well here in the chat. So anyone who wants to check out Daniel's Pong game, you should do so. I'm going to check it out hopefully later today. I'm trying to finish up what I'm doing here. Trying to make clouds with the Unity shader. Cool, cool. Yeah, welcome to the Lurk crew. Welcome to the Lurk crew. You're always welcome to Lurk. Here we go. Okay. All right, abilities are working. This should make it a little bit easier for us to implement our equipment check now. All right, so the next thing I need to do is I need to make sure equipment manifests are the same. So our character, let's go to our character, our player character here. Let's do a commit, because we just got equality check working for that part. Make this bigger so I can see all my stuff going on over here. Close that down. Abilities. Let's clean up what we did here a little bit. Abilities and ability score. Okay. Ability score. Abilities. Ability tests. Okay. And our dictionary extensions. So we got a feature add implement equals and hash code, or implement abilities dot equals and hash code. Addition, yeah, that's essentially what we did there. Okay, add that in, and then we can continue working here. All right, let's continue. Whew, that was a lot of work. That was a lot more work than I sort of was expecting it to be, but we made it. We made it. So the next thing to make the player character comparable. So if we look at the player character, their abilities will be comparable now. Now we need to make sure that inventories are comparable. So let's make inventory equal. This one I hope should be easy. I thought that one would be easy. That took over an hour, I think. Inventory. All right, so we're gonna add an equality check for inventory. We're gonna do the auto-generated, but we're also gonna... All right, this one, the list, it uses the list, so it should hopefully be a little easier, but my goodness. This default equality implementation is horrible. I bet it's gonna fail. I bet it's gonna fail here using the iEquality thing. And maybe I'm just bad and I need to implement the equals thing better. But it's not actually checking that all the elements in the list are equals. So in this case, we want to say that, okay, are the items dot all. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to turn it to a hash set. And then, well, that's not going to have the thing there. So they'd have to be orderable. Yeah, so we'll do a hash set first. So we're going to convert it to a hash set, and then we're going to check that everything in here that they have. So we're gonna check that they're the same size, and we're gonna check that they're all, everything inside matches. So we're gonna call this other. And the way we're gonna check is we want the names to match, and we'll just do we're gonna add a deep equality check as well. Don't need that anymore, but we're gonna using adventure quest.utils, and we're gonna add a deep equality for lists into our utils there. Dictionary extensions. So let's make one that's our list extensions. List extensions. And we're going to compare a list of T's with another list of T's. List 0, list 1. And Unity should be yelling at me, or my editor should be yelling at me, but it's not. Gotta get Unity compiled. So they should have the same count. There it goes. And then we want to list. And then we want to check that list. I want to check that all of the elements. I don't care about the order. I don't care about the order. So we'll do list 1. The easy way would be to have it do the order. Okay, well, we can make it so that they're ordered. So if we do the same thing here, we'll do list 0 dot all exist in list 1. But we want to compare the sequence. Although the dot equals on lists might work. I'm amazed that I'm having so much trouble. That's 0 dot sequence equal list 1. So this will compare that the sequence is the same, which I suppose is one way to do it. So for serialization, this should be good enough. And I think that's all I really care about. In this case, then we'll do this dot, or we don't need to do this. It should be items dot deep compare with other items. These are the important ones. All right, let's write a test now that checks equipment equality. So in our test, create a new package for equipment. And I'm gonna still just the beginning of this. Inventory test. And we're gonna write a test, an equality test, inventory test. And we will do an equality test, test, public void test equality. And we'll need to construct a couple different inventories. Something like this. So we'll do inventory. And this should be in our equipment package. Okay, so inventory I don't know why I copied that over here. I thought it would be helpful, but I don't think it's going to be as helpful as I want it to be. Okay. So I should be able to do inventory. Inventory equals new inventory. We'll do inventory. I have to give it a name. Bob's inventory. Like that. Inventories have names associated with them. So even if, you know, Clark's other, or we'll go with Clark. Bob's inventory. These two should not be equal. So Bob's inventory assert are not equal. Bob's inventory, Clark's inventory, they're two separate inventories. And we should have an identical inventory. This one should be equal. And the reason we want to do this is when we serialize it and bring it back, all of these things should match. So we should be able to get them serializing and deserializing properly. But we need to check it before deserializing that the equality works with hand constructed tests here. All right, so after we do that, we're gonna add some stuff to Bob's inventory. Weapons dagger. We'll add several weapons to it. We will check that they're currently not equal. But then if we add the same thing to the identical inventory, they should be equal again. And then finally, we check that it's not equal to Clark's inventory. And then if we add these things to Clark's inventory, they should remain not equal. All right, so that's my simple little equality check. Cross your fingers for me that we got it, and that this one's less painful than the abilities check. Minaliki, thank you for your confidence. Thank you for lending me your strength. Is that pie, dude? I appreciate that as well. Let's run them all. Yeah. Okay. So just so you know, when you write unit test, it doesn't tell you that your code is correct. All it really tells you is that your test passes. But if you write good test, it gives you confidence. It's giving me confidence that things are going to work the way I want them to. So for example, if I go and I change the inventory class, if I add new fields here and don't update the equals, my tests will no longer help me out all that much. So this is where like code coverage might be a good place. So when you run a test, there are tools that do code coverage that tell you whether or not you hit specific lines of code. And so you would ideally, your inventory test should touch every line of code in your inventory class. This is rarely in practice done, but it's a good way to measure, give you more confidence that your tests are covering everything. Okay, so we got inventory there. What else does the player have? The player has an equipment manifest. So we need to write a test for equipment manifests. Equipment manifest tests. The manifest tests. I like that. We're manifesting tests with our equipment manifest test. All right, I'm gonna stop there saying manifest test over and over. I'm sure no one appreciates it, but here we are. Gonna test equality for equipment manifest, get Unity to recognize this for us, and make a couple equipment manifests. And we can do the ones that are over in our player character here. Looks kind of like this. Okay, so our equipment manifest. So we're going to create a variable, create a manifest. Will this generate one for generate local variable? Well, that is unhelpful. Fascinating. All right. Anyway, this seems to be an equipment manifest. Manifest? Where is equipment manifest? Oh, is it because I only have a character equipment manifest? All right, so this should be a character equipment manifest test. Real quick, let's rename that file. Character equipment manifest test. And we'll put that in the character equipment manifest. Hey, I already have a character equipment manifest test. Look at me go. All right, so instead we're gonna move this equality test over there. I was writing test over there before to make sure that it worked, that you can equip stuff properly. All right, so we're gonna add in. All right, so it's a test. Ooh, yeah, I should always add timeouts here. Timeout 5000 in case I have some weird loop or recursion going on. Description, test structural equality. All right, so we're going to test the structural equality of our equipment manifest, our character equipment manifest, and our character equipment manifest test to make sure that the manifests are matching. Okay, so our character equipment manifest requires a character, so we got Bob. Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, this is interesting. So the equality check shouldn't care about the character. Yeah, Menaliki, it's a little bit, you got to be careful with that, right? This is where like having design specs and stuff is important. And planning, Smab has yelled at me in the past. Yelled is a strong word. Smab has kept me honest about that, saying, hey, you need these design documents to make sure things don't get crazy. And this project's just growing. But let's generate these and then fix them. Ooh, I know I'm realizing my hash code for my inventory is incorrect. Let's go back to my inventory real quick. I just realized my hash code shouldn't care about items. Smab doesn't yell, but he strongly encourages me to have better practices, which I appreciate. I appreciate the encouragement there. Okay, so we have that. And in my abilities, did I update my hash code properly there too? Abilities, total modifiers, yes. Although total modifiers isn't actually required because shouldn't matter. So we'll get rid of total modifiers because total modifiers is derived. It's not. Fascinating. Total modifiers should be derived. Total modifiers can be derived. Why am I not deriving it? All right, we're gonna leave that there. Ishiru, so sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. You're always welcome to lurk, and you're always welcome to ask questions. I encourage questions. We're all here to learn. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. But welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. Otherwise, my hash code looks good. I want to get rid of this. And total modifier should be derived as the sum of all of the scores. Same with total. Total should be derived. Why am I doing... So this is interesting. It's interesting to come back and look at something like, oh, that's interesting that I did it that way. And I didn't add in a comment here telling me why I did it that way. Maybe for speed or something. It should be fine. It should be fine. But those can be derived from the dictionary. All right, we are working on our character equipment manifest. And the equality doesn't care about the character. It can't, because the character, to do the equality check for the character is going to have to check the equipment manifest as well. So it can't care about the character, even though these are like sort of tightly coupled together. So the equality check. Get hash code. Where's equals? Did he put an equals in here? There it is. Put it in a weird spot. Oh, it wanted them to be in alphabetical order. I want these. Am I supposed to put, someone tell me, C# coding practice, are your methods supposed to be in alphabetical order? Because it put it in alphabetical order, which was interesting to me. Yeah, so here has to be a character equipment manifest. And then we want really this whole thing is just a big dictionary, so we can do a deep compare, and then that tells us we got to make our equipables all our items. Yeah, it depends which coding practice you're following. I'm wondering if so I'm trying to follow like Microsoft's suggested deep. Yeah, so equals and get, at the very least, I think equals and get hash code should be near each other. Alphabetizing feels weird to me. If your class is getting giant, it's usually assigned to split it up a little bit. But also, if it's getting giant, if you need to be giant, you can use regions. So one of the things I like is defining regions in C# for organizing your code. Using adventurequest.utils. I should call this extensions. Utils is probably a bad name for that. Yeah, 14K line game manager might be a, give or take 10 lines of code. It's probably a little bit too. 14K, you could probably cut that down. That's pretty big. That would be a horror. I've come into projects. I've done a lot of freelancing work. I've come into projects before where that was a nightmare. All right, so we're gonna say equipment.deep compare other. We're gonna call this other dot equipment. So we care that the two equipment manifests are the same. We don't care if the character is the same. So two things are the same if the equipment in them are the same. Yeah. What's interesting is I'm kind of feeling like I should remove the character from this. And instead equip should take in a character to equip on. I actually think that is the better way to do this. Yeah, either that or you give your manifest a name. But I actually think this is better without a character on it, and instead you're gonna pass in to equip here. This will be character. All right, let's not do that yet. I'm gonna add this to my to-dos before I break everything. Consider what's fascinating. Every time I open this markdown file, for a minute it's saying that I can't press enter, which like doesn't let me type in here. There's like something that's loading. Toak Fodai, welcome aboard. I hope I pronounced your name right. If not, let me know. But welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. If you want to lurk away, no problem. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I always love hearing questions. Consider Character equipment manifest becoming. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'll try not to pronounce it incorrect. But you'll have to give me some suggestions. Tuac becoming equipment manifest and removing the character argument in the constructor. So we might remove the character from the constructor. I'll try not to worry about it. I know it can be really hard for some people whose name is always mispronounced. So I really try to pronounce names correctly. It's just the nice thing. Some people, it bothers some people that their names gets mispronounced. So thank you for the permission to mispronounce your name. But welcome aboard. I'm so happy to have you here. Yeah, we are writing some tests for this RPG to get the equality check working. And I think... All right, so now we want to make sure that the equality check is correct. All right, so we're going to have two manifests. Manifests, and then this will manifest other. And they should initially be equal. So assert are equal manifest and manifest other. Okay. Oh, this isn't going to work because my equipments are not... well, it will work because they happen to be the exact same equipment. I haven't implemented a dot equals on them. So that's interesting. That's interesting. My items don't have working dot equals. So I'm gonna have to go through and construct a dot equals for my inventory items as well. So my weapons are the only ones that have a subclass for it, but I want to implement equals for the equipment as well. Dot equals versus double equals. So here we go. They should be equal to start out, and then if I, in my manifest, if I equip some stuff to it, so manifest dot equip. Oh, I know, Smab. It's so it drives me nuts. I wish we could use records. It would be so nice. It'd be so nice. But we're gonna equip a weapons dot dagger to the slot here. The slot I'm gonna equip it to my left hand, and now they should be not equal. Yeah, records are beautiful. I am very much looking forward to that getting added into... Not getting added, I'm very much looking forward to Unity upgrading their version of C#. That's what I'm looking forward to. I think in 2022 there's a flag you can specify to get them in there. But I'm trying not to use the not long-term support one for my class. All right, so then if I were to manifest other.equip weapons.dagger into the same equipment slot, they should be equal again. Then I'm going to unequip unequip the equipment slot dot left hand. I'm going to equip the right hand now. And they should be not equal. So they should be not equal here. Should also be not equal here. Yeah, 2022 will become long-term support in November of this coming year. So 2022 will be when they release version 0.3. So the cycle is, 1, 2, and 3. So they release 3 versions of each one. So I think in November 2022 becomes long-term support. I believe. And then let's unequip manifest other dot unequip equipment slot dot left hand, and then manifest dot other. They should still be not equal. Dot equip weapons dot short sword in equipment slot right hand, and they should still be not equal. They have two different items there. And then let's unequip the right hand. And then no. And then let's unequip manifest right hand and give them a short sword and check equality there. So manifests unequip the right hand here, and finally, yeah, so they should still be not equal, and then manifest here. We'll check that they're equal. Okay, so this should check that, like, it works with different slots, different items get compared properly in that regard. It doesn't care about the name. I haven't implemented any equality for my weapons, but I'm using ones that should be referentially equal here. So I'm actually expecting this to pass. And I really don't want to... Yeah, man, records are the way to go if for immutable types in general. So it would basically be rarely you would want to use a class. That's my experience, at least. Rarely, I want to use records as much as possible. I rarely want to use classes, so I'm really, really hoping to get them into my Unity coding soon. Manifest test. My test equality doesn't work. I'm kind of not surprised by that. Let's see what happened here, though. All right, so they were equal here, and then they were not equal here, and then they should be equal here because they have the left. And my guess is because I haven't implemented a dot equals on my weapon. So let's go implement a dot equals on weapon. And that should help us here. Because, yeah. Ishiru, I apologize if I'm pronouncing it wrong. C# records. C# records. So record types, instead of class, using record types in C#. In Unity 2021, I don't think they're not fully supported. There's some partial support for them, but they're not fully supported. That, and then this is going to be a much simpler check. We only care about name, description, cost, damage. Maybe we care about requirements, but I'm gonna limit it to name, description, cost, and damage. And the list of requirements, I think I'm gonna ignore for now. Name, description, cost. Yeah, so I want it if name, description, cost are the same. So I think I was trying to probably trying to do something special with that. So name, description, cost are the equality checks there. Let us see if that fixed our equality here, because we're using like a deep equality check. Yeah, records are super awesome. Unity uses C#, a version of C#. A certain equal should not be used. Oh, I need to be using R equals. Our manifest test. It should be R equal. Okay, So actually, it probably worked before, and I needed to write that equality check anyway. But yeah, if you're not familiar with records in C#, they're beautiful. They're beautiful, wonderful. Okay, so right here I think is where they would be equal because I equipped this. Yeah, so I just wrote a poor test here. And for sanity purposes, let's see. All right. I think we got it. Here. Unit test for the win. I know. So here's the thing. I am a programmer first. Barely no, Unity is the wrong word. I'm a novice at Unity. So I've made a handful of games, but mostly it's been like really hacky stuff. I've never been asked to teach a class. And if I'm teaching a class, I want to teach good practices. But I've done game jam stuff for the last 2 years in Unity, and that's been fun, but it's all been very hacky. So I've been, how do we do good programming, good development in Unity is what I'm focused on right now. And when I found out there were no records, it made me really, really sad. All right, so let's do a commit here. We got our equality for our character equipment manifest and our inventory. So let's go and look at that. Inventory tests. Character equipment. We don't want to add in our player character test yet, but we missed the ability test. Oh, we just did a little bit of refactoring there. Our equipment test. Added in some list extensions. Wants this utilities medics. I modified some stuff in there. Inventory added equals. Weapon we added equals. Character equipment manifest. Ukiah was so much fun to do. So for anyone who is curious what Meneliki's talking about, this was a really fun game jam I did. So I'm on Itch. I haven't done anything on Itch in a while, but feel free to check out my Itch page. There's not a whole lot here, but Ukiah I did for the Board Pixels Jam 9 game jam. I worked with a team of 3 people. I did all the programming on it, but it's like a little top-down Zelda-esque RPG prototype where you're a geomancer that collects. You end up learning how to control ice and fire. So it's sort of, I would love to fully make this. The source code to it, it's completely available on my GitHub. I don't know if the assets are licensed because they were done by my friend Shivara here. But yeah, check it out. These are some of the game jam things. This is my extent of Unity quote-unquote development. My Unity hackery is what I would call it, not development. So we're trying to get better. These are my stage changes. All right, so here we did implement equality checks for inventory and equipment manifest. All right, so this is going to help us do serialization. So when we deserialize, we can check that the thing that we serialized and deserialized were the same. And so now with our player test, can we check equality on our player? So test equality. Let's look at this player character test. So our equipment works, our inventory works, and so let's look at our player's equality. It's probably gnarly in here too. Yeah, so we want to check that the gold is the same, the name is the same, the portraits are the same. Although portrait doesn't matter that much, but for checking if we load it up properly, it does. We don't need gold, but we want to check that their abilities match. So it would be abilities dot equals. We implemented equality here, so we should be able to do, I'm going to rename this other real quick. These ones go away. Hang on, comment these out instead. rename this to other. So we want to say abilities dot equals other dot abilities. So we're going to check that the abilities are equal. And then we have an equality check for inventory as well. So inventory dot equals other dot inventory. And I understand why this equality checker is doing what it's doing now. That makes sense. So maybe I should be implementing it via the equality. There. I just I need to learn myself how to do that properly. I'm also not the best C# developer. I'm pretty new with C#. I've only been using C# for a little over a year, maybe 2 years. Like really using it. I didn't start the first time I taught C# was like, I guess 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But teaching it in like an intro class is very different than knowing it intimately. So I've only been really using C# for a relatively short amount of time, and I haven't done a ton in it. So this is a great way for me to grow my skills. The jobs I've had in the past, I've done a ton in Java. So Java 8. I worked for a company where I did Java 8 for 6 years, and then I did a bunch of. That was it. Like we had like our own custom Java compiler, and we were running on stuff on supercomputers. And then the other real job, when I say real job, it's like a long-term job, was we're doing Python, Haskell. So Python was like we had a Flask backend, but then we were doing stuff in Haskell with machine learning, Haskell C, and our front end was an Angular application. All right, so my player's equality check here. All right, so we're gonna test equality now. So test equality. If the abilities are different. Yeah, so check abilities are not equal. Check if the inventory is different. Check if the equipment's different. Then we want one where we check if the name's different. All right, so we'll do this first. Check character diff name. So before we, so we want to do one where the character has a different name, but they should have all the same equipment. So this should be here like that. Okay, so this first one, they'll be identical, but the name is different. So this will be Testy Testerson 2. And so this should assert are not equal. Character and character diff name. The name's important here. We are gonna then check that with the inventory, they're identical. Then we want to check that the gold doesn't work. So character identical dot gold plus equals 10. They shouldn't be equal if they have a different amount of gold. Character not equal. All right, what else? Portrait, name, gold, abilities, inventory. All right, let's give that a run. See if our equality check works here. Our equality works, all right, but our serialization fails, and that makes sense. We haven't serialized anything. So our player equality check is working. Let's do a commit. Or we have confidence that it's working. Don't know that it works for real, but we have a lot of confidence at this point. Feat implement equality for player character. And finally, we want to add in serialization on these things. And so this means that we have to make our equipment manifest serializable. So character equipment manifest, this needs to be serializable. And this is the tricky part. I don't know what I hit there. I always hate when I do that because I don't know how to close that. Character equipment manifest. So we want this to be serializable. And then we also want to use, so we want to use Unity's serialization, I think. So we want to add one of these in to our equipment manifest. So this is a, so it'd be Unity engine dot. This interface is what Unity looks for when it serializes and deserializes stuff. So in the Unity inspector, if you want something to show up in the Unity inspector, you usually put a serialized field on it. But there are certain things that cannot be serialized. For example, dictionaries. They can't just be easily serialized. And therefore, my character equipment manifest cannot be easily serialized. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a list that represents my equipment, and then when it deserializes and serializes, we convert that list back and forth to our equipment. So to test this, I want to, in my equipment manifest test, I want to add in a test serialize method here. So we're gonna test serialization, deserialization, equality. So what would be cool, one of the things I like, so if I had records, one of the cool things, if I had records, I could, if this was generated records, I'd say like randomly generate a bunch of records of this type. And this wouldn't work because it's a dictionary anyway. Test serialization. We want to basically take in a manifest. So we're going to create two or just one manifest with some stuff in it. We serialize it and we check to see if they're dot equal. Our dot equal works, or if we have a good test for our dot equals, we can rely on it to test for serialization. So we're going to add in this here. So we have our manifest. Lo-Fi Craft, welcome back. How was your lurking? How did lurking go? Let's go ahead and equip. Let's do the following: manifest.equip weapons.dagger into our equipment slot.left hand. All right, and then we're going to serialize it using just the JSON utilities. Unity engine .json utility dot to JSON on our manifest. Nice. But I'm glad you're back. We made some progress. We got some tests working, which I'm happy about. We're trying to serialize our equipment manifest now. And the equipment manifest the wrong one to test first, actually. I should go down to my inventory manifest. I already know my abilities serialize. My abilities are serializing. But I should probably test my weapons first for serialization. But those ones should be relatively easy to do. The one that's hard to do is my equipment manifest because it has dictionary in it. And the dictionaries don't serialize by default, so we have to implement a special serializer. Okay, so that in my brain that makes more sense now, because my weapons, I'm not going to have to implement a special ooh, am I? Oh man, I might have to. We'll find out in a moment because they have requirements associated with them. So I think I will have to serialize, do a special serialization for web. So we'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This whole project, actually, if you want to check it out, it's already on GitHub. Venture Quest prototype. All of the source that I've commit, even throughout this, is on the development branch here. Absolutely, go check it out. You can even, I don't care, you can download, you can modify it. This is, you know, in my mind, this is not quite public domain, but I should add a license here, essentially saying, you know, derivations are fine. Just give me a little bit of credit, say where it came from. But yeah, the source code's 100% open and available for you to look at, modify. You can import it into your Unity if you want. All right, and then we're gonna do character equipment manifest loaded Unity engine.json. Oh, it reset the chat. You want me to post it again? Here, try that. Dot from JSON on our JSON. So the idea here is that if we save and then load a thing, we should be able to do an equality test on them. Assert dot are equal my original and the loaded, and then I'm going to test it with a couple different configurations to test it out. And I think I can parameterize my test, but I don't know how. Let me look that up. That'd just be good to know. NUnit parameterized test. I know we can do it. I've seen it. Parameterized test. What's interesting is it doesn't show me an example here. And whether or not Unity supports it is another question. Let's not allow cookies. But yeah, I think, yeah. Let's try this. This is interesting. Okay, so I think I can test serialization, and we're gonna go with a equipable to equip, and then an equipment slot lot. And so now I should be able to put in a couple test cases here, although it might not allow. You might have to have constants here. I don't know. Weapons dot dagger. Can I? Let's see. We're about to find out. An equipment slot dot left hand. Yeah, it's gonna tell me. Yeah, I can't do it with that. I can't do it with that, which is a little bit disappointing. No, I'm not right now. I'm too focused, Lo-Fi. Thank you though, for the suggestion. I'm not, unfortunately, maybe not unfortunately. I'm not interested in having chat going on, like talking chat right now, just because I need to focus. But maybe some other time. I do have that chat there, the voice chat there, so we can hang out during different times. But yeah, let's make it so that we're gonna just have an equipment slot to test. And then I'll test a couple different here. We'll do left hand. This is nice because I can toss in I can easily add, if I add more slots, I can just toss it in here. And so this here will become slot. I've never used Roblox. I've used Lua before, but I've never used Roblox. So in Tabletop Simulator, you can do scripting with Lua. So I've done a little bit of Lua scripting. Lua is an interesting programming language. So we'll equip that. Then we'll check that they're the same. And then we'll do another one down below where we equip a different weapon. Like this. We'll make a brand new manifest. Call this one Steve. Okay, so we should be able to do this and check that they're all equal. Lua is a really common one to use because, again, it's a dynamic language. Not again, I don't know if I've said that. It is a dynamic language, and I think Unity actually has a whole nice interface, or there's something in the asset store that has a whole nice interface that allows you to add scripting to your programs. All right, so assuming everything serializes properly, this will pass. So the question is, it's not going to work now. It should totally fail. If it passes, we're sad. So let's make sure it fails first. For our inventory, test serialization, that's cool. Now I know about these. They should all fail. And basically, yeah, now there's like a null pointer because I'm saying, hey, I wasn't able to compare this because the dictionary was never initialized. So there's some there's a fun fact, there's an interesting fact here about Unity. Doesn't use reflection to load these things, or it doesn't seem to use reflection to load things in. I'm gonna implement these explicitly. So we need to say, okay, before we serialize and after we deserialize this, how do we set these things properly? Gotcha. Okay, so I'm gonna add in a private list that happens to contain. Is that what I want? What did I do in my player character? My abilities. My player character should have an abilities list. What's going on here? Oh, it's in abilities. In my abilities. The way I did it in abilities is there was a list of ability score. Okay, so the other thing is I cannot serialize lists of what game you should make. I don't know what game you should make. This you were specifically asking me earlier, I think, about which type of game to make. Slots. Yeah, tycoon game sounds awesome. So we need to have these lists here for serialization purposes. So we're gonna keep a list of these things going down the line of this dictionary equipped like this. So we convert our dictionary to and from this thing. Sadly, I cannot, it won't even let me serialize them like this, which is really, really unfortunate. I would like to be able to have a list that just has like these key value pairs, but Unity cannot seem to serialize that either. So we're gonna go all the way down to equipment slot and then iEquipable, and we just have this associated pair right here. So I think this would be a good place to define serialized elements, serialized fields. And we're going to put in here that this is a Unity. We want to serialize these two things. Oh, it's telling me I don't need Unity Engine. Oh, it's already imported. Okay. Yeah, Scratch is a little easier because it's a block language. It's a lot harder to make mistakes. This is one of the things I dislike about dynamic languages like Lua, is you don't necessarily. So Lua, you're gonna run into an issue where you. So in Lua, you can run into an issue where your types don't match. So it makes it a lot harder because you don't get errors until runtime and it crashes. So in Scratch, your blocks, everything has to be fit into the right spot. And in a statically typed language like C#, the same thing is true. Your types have they only fit in a spot that allows it. So in dynamically typed language, you can easily run into issues where that's not the case. So before we serialize, we need to initialize these lists. So the first thing we do is say, if we're going to serialize this manifest and equipment is null, don't serialize. Don't do anything. So I know it's a little weird, but we're gonna say, because of the way Unity does this stuff, this can actually, even though I have this new here, this is what's so crazy to me. Even though I have new here, Unity, it's possible for this to be null based on the way Unity serializes and deserializes. So if it's null, don't do anything. Otherwise, we need to populate our lists. So in this case, we're going to do a for each over our key value pairs. Our key value pairs happen to be something. What is our key value pairs here? Let me get this full screen again so I can scroll up and have my types showing. Equipment slot and iEquipable. So we're serializing this particular thing. No, I'm not familiar with Bolt Lo-Fi Craft. I have not heard of that particular add-on. Pairs in equipment. And we're going to go through and we're going to populate this. So we need to say slots is equal to a new list. And then we have equipped is equal to a new list. And we're going to maintain that they're associated, so the indices on these will always match. So there's like block coding in Unity. That sounds really cool. That sounds really cool. All right, so then we're going to say slots.add pairs.key. And then we do equipped.add pairs.value. And this should be, the name on this is bad. This should be pair. So before we serialize, we have to populate these. And then similarly, when we deserialize, we want to populate our key value pair, our equipment dictionary. And again, the crazy part is when we get to this on after deserialize, this dictionary is going to be null, even though we've specified new, because Unity's using bytecode injection to accomplish their save and loads. Or I believe they're using bytecode injection. So we're going to say here, though, if slots is null or equipped is null, we're not going to do anything. We can only deserialize this properly if we have both of these. And then we're going to say for int ix equals 0, ix is less than slots dot count ix plus plus. And now we're going to go through and add these back into the dictionary. So we can reconstruct it this way. So we say that slots at, and just to be a little bit more explicit, we can say that, okay, well, the equipment slot, my key happens to come from slots at ix, and my iEquipable value happens to come from my equipped ix. When all out commenting your code, I don't know how long you've been gone, Core, but we have managed to get a lot of we got all of our equality checks passing. We wrote equality checks for our character, our inventory, our weapons, abilities, all of the things we needed to write equality checks for. We've written equality checks for, and we got those tests passing. We are now beginning on serialization. So I'm serializing my equipment manifest. And to do that here, we're going to say equipment. So first we need to initialize. So we'll say equipment is equal to a new dictionary. And then equipment of key value. So this is how we deserialize it, put it back together. Yeah, having the equality check is going to be necessary to make sure my deserialization is working the way I want it to. So having the equality check makes it so that my save and load, I can just sort of say, okay, do these things, serialize and deserialize properly. And this still shouldn't be enough because my weapons are not going to serialize. But we can come in here and we can run it just to see it failing. But when we run it now, we should get a slightly different error. And we do. And the error happens to be, oh, interesting. Interesting. Object are not set to an instance of an object. That's okay, though. I think on after deserialize, on before serialize. My guess is... Let's check out. I'm going to add some breakpoints in here. When I go to serialize, I should be hitting this on my equipment manifest test. That's just kind of fun to say. Equipment manifest test. So when I go to do this JSON, yeah, this is the first spot we're failing here. Okay. Let's run this one. Oh, I need to attach the debugger. Hang on. Attach. And then run it. I don't think it's really attached. So we're not attaching. We're gonna have to restart Unity to get debugging to work again. So let's restart Unity. We spent a whole like hour and a half on stream checking, learning about the debugger there. All right, well, Unity reloads. I'm gonna grab myself some coffee. I'm gonna take a quick break. Should be back in probably 2 minutes, maybe less. But stay tuned. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. Got ourselves a little bit of coffee. I'm almost out of coffee. I'm on my last can of coffee. I need to order some coffee here soon. Got some Don Francesco coffee. Anyone knows if anyone has a good coffee recommendation? I always love to hear coffee recommendations. I drink black coffee, no cream, no sugar. So I like medium dark roast. Light roast are okay sometimes. Medium dark roast. I love the bitterness. But usually I like having like a hint of something in there. So this one happens to be caramel cream. Don Francesco's caramel cream. There's just like a hint of like creaminess. Death Wish coffees. I've heard good things about them. I haven't had any. But yeah, I'm almost out of coffee. So I'm about to do I always do like a giant order of coffee. And then I have it for, you know, a couple days. But if you want to code like a winner, you got to fuel like a winner, right? Got to fuel like a winner. So let's come in here. Oh, that's right. We were rebooting Unity to connect the debugger. The debugger wasn't working. All right, so let's try getting the debugger going again. And we really want to get serialization working today. That's my whole goal today. If I get serialization working today, I'm going to be very, very happy. I'm going to be a happy coder. Did I add a breakpoint? I did. I had 2 breakpoints. Oh, maybe all right, it's attached. The debugger is now attached. Robert Tim's coffee. I've never heard of that. I recently found out that coffee is a cherry, so it like grows. There's like these cherries for coffee, which was a really interesting. I didn't know. Oh, this isn't gonna work. I want to disable this breakpoint, and we're gonna reload and then run again. Finish today with the first chapter. Awesome. I should add a coffee recommendations channel on Discord. Okay, so we did make it to on before serialize. And equipment isn't empty, so it's gonna go through. Oh, you know what's happening? I know what's happening. So it is gonna initialize these lists, which is nice. And then it's done. So it serialized it. Now when we go to deserialize, I bet that these are null. Slots has something in it, but equipped is null because it's full of iEquipables. Yeah. So one of those is null, so it doesn't serialize that. It doesn't initialize that. Okay. So we've discovered what's going on there. I gotta write these down before I forget. Let me add it to my Discord channels real quick. Need a recommendations channel. Recommendations. And I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna add in, we got Death Wish coffees. Get this on the stream here. Corfless recommends Death Wish coffee. And Robert Tim's coffee. So if you're not on the Discord yet, if you're learning to code, if you just want to hang out and code, feel free to join the Discord, hang out with us. We've got a nice little community growing here. About 40 people, I think, on the Discord, which is really cool. Really cool. Ask questions. I'll do my best to answer your questions if you want to have a little, coding session with me sometime. If I have time, of course. I'm about to, my school semester starts again tomorrow, so I'll have less time to stream and stuff. I'm still gonna stream. I still plan on streaming daily. George over on YouTube, happy Sunday, my friend. I'm sorry if I missed your hello. I'm sorry if that's been sitting there a while. I don't always see the YouTube chat. It's like slightly out of my blinds. It's like slightly out of my peripheral vision. Usually the Discord chat, or not Discord, the Twitch chat I catch. Okay, so I need to serialize my weapons for this to work. So let's go to weapon. I think weapon should be pretty easy to do. I hope. So we're gonna serialize weapon. Keep opening that up, but I have so many files, I just want to search for it this way. That's awesome. 45? I'm happy with that. All right, so this needs to be serializable. And the requirements are going to need to be serialized. So we're going to say that this is a serialized field. Unity engine.serialize field. And so we're going to have to serialize our I requirement to really make this work. Name. Oh, these are going to need, that's why. This needs to be a private. That's why to load these back in, we got to do that. Oh, thanks, Nightbot. Nightbot. Ability role. Ooh, we're gonna have to serialize that as well. There's so many things we have to serialize. I'm assuming hash sets can't be serialized either. Oh. That's okay. We can make this. Oh, this doesn't need to be serialized. Excellent. Lo-fi crap, I hope you learned your lesson. Let's see what it says here. I have got a handle. I'm not sure what, so I'm not sure why that got. Well, I think it's because it had all caps or something. Nightbot had some very awkward restrictions on what you can and can't say. Sorry about that. Well, I got to figure out how to lighten and increase that difficulty there on that. So this should serialize okay-ish. The ability role is not going to serialize. So we got to go down the rabbit hole of serialization. So let's add in, yeah, system.serializable and private set, and our iRollables now need to be really what we can do to serialize this is private string. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually private string dice notation like this, and then we're just going to convert it to a dice notation. Yeah. So we have a dice notation string, and that'll be easy to serialize and deserialize these based off a dice notation. So this will be the serialized field. And we can do, no reason not. So public string dice notation. We'll make it a private set. And when we boot this guy up, we'll initialize it. So we're going to make this one the Unity engine dot serialize field, and it's a property, so we got to tell it that we want to serialize the underlying field. And now the dice notation, we just sort of do the inverse of the parse here. So we can do a little helper here. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm about to add in here. In fact, I think I'm just going to override the toString on it, and I think that's the simplest way to do it. And what we'll do is when we initialize it, when we construct it, we'll just set the dice notation equals toString, like that. And we are going to need to implement our serializable interface callback receiver here to be able to do it nicely, but it should be okay. Yeah, and so this can just be toString actually. All right, so this isn't going to be serialized this way. Instead, we're just going to have a secret field here. Ring dice notation. We just need this to make Unity be able to serialize and deserialize it. So storage rule, I have to store it for Unity to deserialize properly. Or I'm going to make it... Otherwise, I have to make it serialize these two things. And so then I have to, for every type of role, I'm going to have to add a serializer. So this just makes my life a little bit easier to be able to serialize it this way. Yeah, unfortunately, I do have to store it. But I only have to store it... yeah. For the serialization, deserialization, because Unity's doing bytecode injection for it. So before we serialize, all right, so let's implement this toString. So we're going to create a string builder. Oh, do I even need that? I should be able to do, I don't think I have a nice... I have to write toStrings for my rollables. Yeah. So this should end up being a dice pool though. So I should be able to write it on my dice pool. Dice pool. My dice pool needs a toString. So we will public override string toString. What did I do wrong here? Override. I already have it. toString. Hey, I already did it. Beautiful. Okay. So then I should be able to, in my ability role. Yeah, so this should be pretty easy. Is my role modifier needs a toString. This already serializes nicely. Yeah, let's add in a toString on this. Override. Above my static fellas. Public override string toString. And this is just abilities dot, so it's going to be a join string dot join. We're going to separate these with pluses on these, my ability modifiers. Yep. And then we also want to do plus, let's do string interpolation. Supposedly string interpolation will have better performance than if we did it that way. I think somehow uses a string builder or something. Modifier. So this should toString my role modifier. And now my ability role, the notation here for this toString is just to put them together. So this would be my base role. Plus, oh, again, let's do this here. My base role plus my modifier. So we should be able to toString that way. And then when unfortunately, when I serialize, I have to do a toString on it, which isn't super horrible. So dice notation equals this dot toString. And then on after deserialize, we are going to do ability role parsed equals ability role dot parse dice notation. So we're gonna say if dice notation is null, don't do anything. Otherwise, we parse it in, and our base role is equal to parsed dot base role, and our modifier is equal to parsed dot modifier, which we can't do unless we make these private set. Super annoying, but a little bit slightly necessary if we want to use Unity serialization tools, which I'm sort of trying to learn. Maybe in the future I would use something else. Okay, I think my ability roles now are doing that, so I should be able to have my ability role serialized. My cost, description, name. Okay, let's group our serialized things together. These need field in front of them. And hopefully these are okay. I may need to write a test for my weapon serialize and deserialize, but I'm hoping that this worked out our issue with the equipment manifest serialization. Let's try it. Oh. I want to find the error in the test though. Okay, so no, it did not fix it. But let's connect our debugger. And I'm a little surprised by it, honestly. Did not connect again, which is a huge bummer that we have to restart Unity again. Whew. Okay, so we're making some progress though. I'm pretty happy with the progress that's been made so far today. But we're getting close. I think we might get there. Yeah, we might get serialization done today, which would be beautiful. Let's try attaching the debugger again. Yeah, if anyone wasn't here, there's a stream I did probably 2 or 3 days ago where we spent quite a bit of time debugging, figuring out what was going on with the debugger not attaching properly. And we discovered that there's a essentially some issue with Unity. It wasn't a VS Code issue because the same thing happens in Visual Studio. All right, so equipment should not be null. We've been through this, and this gets initialized properly, I believe. Non-static, equipped, and slots have stuff in them, yeah. So we're done there. All right, so then we come here on after deserialize. For some reason, equipped. And maybe it's the fact that I think what's happening is an equipable. What if I can't say that this is serializable, right? Yeah, so it has to be a concrete subclass. All right, what happens? This is, yeah, it doesn't want to serialize that value out. Because it's an interface. Let's see here. Unity serialize interface list. And therefore don't show the target. It is not likely for Unity to add support, so maybe ever. In any case, you can use an abstract for the same function unless you require a class. So I need to like convert it to a serializable. That's super annoying. Okay, so I need to create like a serializable equipable or something. All right, let's try something crazy. I wonder if that's super disappointing though. Why haven't I put object here? So this should cause issues. I wonder if it can do this. Curious what this will do. Let's attach this again. All right, it attached. I can remove that one. That one's not an issue. No, it's still null. Well, that is horribly defunct. Okay, so what is my workaround? What is my workaround? I need to have this ends up being a list of strings, which is like, this is a crazy hack and I'm not sure I like it. It's gonna be a list of strings of everything inside of it. All right. Everything inside will get converted like this. This is a relatively gross, but let's see if this works. JSON utilities that from JSON. I-equipable. So I'm curious what that's gonna do. And I wonder, otherwise, if I can't do this, can I cast it? All right, so this time I want to see what ends up being in my list at the end of the day here. Let's reattach the debugger. And we're attached. So if you're new to debugging in Unity, this little bug icon down in the bottom right, when it's blue like this, it says it's attached to the debugger. So if you're having trouble getting the debugger to talk to your Unity, make sure when you attach it that this is turned on. If it stays yellow, try restarting Unity and attaching again. That seems to be the fix that has worked reasonably well for me. Okay, so I'm curious what this adds in there. So now I should have my, yeah, so it did serialize that. Okay. So let's come over here. Equipped in slots are not null now. Okay, so now I'm curious when we come in here and it does this deserialize, it does not. Okay, so let's hit continue. Cannot deserialize JSON to new instance of I-equipable. Can I deserialize it to just an object? So, all right, so returns a type T. So I think I need to do something to be able to serialize these by I need to be able to determine which subclass it is. So this unfortunately isn't as easy as I would really like it to be. And it's quite frustrating actually. Type cannot be inferred from usage. What if I do just this? So I have to... Yeah, we're gonna have to do something to be able to serialize and deserialize weapons properly. If I want to do it using Unity's deserializer, which I do for now. Meow. Sorry if I pronounced it wrong. Over on YouTube, we got a Meow. Welcome to the chat. If you happen to be on, I don't always see the chat over on YouTube, but feel free to join us on Twitch. Yeah, JSON Utilities doesn't, so you have to implement this callback receiver. We're all learning to code. We're all learning to code lo-fi. So we're in this together. We're in it together. So it specifically doesn't like things that are not serializable, and so interfaces can't be serializable. But I have an equipment to equipables. Yeah, so the problem is that I cannot use this with interfaces. All right. So I can't use this with interfaces. I-equipables an interface. And so even though the subclass is serializable, I can't deserialize something that's I-equipable. So I need to write in another utility that I need to have like an I-equipables utility that says like, I need to write my own deserializer for I-equipable. So it needs to be able to determine what the subclass is. And so for now, I actually happen to know that it's a weapon. So we're not going to leave this here. To do, don't do this. I can. So I need to do a thing where I figure out what the concrete type is from the JSON. Okay. So I can, 90%, I haven't tried this yet. So I say I can, but we're going to test here. We're going to see if we can. So yeah, so I'll need a way to select it. So I know that works. And we get here. And yeah, now it deserializes fine. So when we change scenes, MJT, so great question. When we change scenes, we need to be able to keep track of our characters. So you actually lose all of your data when you switch scenes. So we had to, yeah, some have. Welcome back to lurking. Since I have a shop scene, I'm trying to make it so I can move from my shop scene to my town hub scene to like my character status screen. And so I need to be able to move my player character between those scenes. You can, but it's like a hacky way. So you could, so I want this to be able to run as a web GL project. So I want it to work as a WebGL project. Also, I'd like to be able to save these to disk too. So the other thing is, yes, I would like to be able to serialize it to disk. So there's several things here. This is also just a fun exploration of like, yeah, I do want, the question is like, I do want it to be serialized. So I want to be able to save my game to disk. So let's say you're in an RPG, you're not going to finish it in one round. How do you save your state? Well, I need to be able to save my equipment. And so switching between scenes, I could keep some object around. That's another option. So it actually looks like this is going to work now, or at least get closer to working. So I have an unfortunate plus thing going on in my serialization. Let's get rid of these real quick. You could pass the object between scenes. Typically, things get destroyed between scenes. So what I could do is I could mark an object and say, when the new scene loads, don't destroy it. Unfortunately, there's not like a nice way to say like load scene and then hand off some data, at least as far as I could tell. Another option was to use something called scriptable objects, but those don't work with the WebGL builds. So I decided, well, let me just learn how to do serialization using Unity's serializer. And so in this case, we actually need to do the following. In my iEquipable, we are going to write a static so we're going to write a static method here. Equipables public so we need to know how to do public Yeah, so I'm trying to avoid that though. I don't necessarily want it to be a singleton. Exactly, Story Girl. It's all, there's like, you know, so do I want to just hard code this thing in there to make it work, or do I want it to be so my whole goal right here is not to just build a game that works the way I want it to, but what's the quote unquote like scalable way to do it? So that's the thing I'm exploring, is how do I do this in a scalable way, a way that like follows good practice? How can I make this thing continue to grow? So we have this. They don't need to have a string to, interestingly, I could make them know how to serialize and deserialize themselves. what I need here is I need a public static IEquipable from JSON, right? So I need a thing here that takes in a string JSON like this and returns an IEquipable. And my subclasses sort of need to register themselves here and determine, we need a way to determine how we deserialize. Ah, here we go. Here we go. I think I have it. So in my weapon, I'm gonna add in a field that I serialize. Yes. Okay. Can I? In essentially all of my equipables. Why am I struggling here? So if I have this method though, all right, so if I have this from JSON method, when I go to deserialize in my manifest, in my character equipment manifest, so when I go to deserialize instead, I do IEquipable dot from JSON. So if I know how to do it here, then I can do it that way. And so right now I only have the weapon class type. And so there's like a super hacky thing I could do here, which I iterate over all of my types and try and load it that way. And so what I can do right now, all right, so this is my hack to do better serialization is required for extensibility. Essentially, we're going to have like extensibility. There we go. We're going to basically say here, can I, I'm going to try. I'm going to try to deserialize JSON unity engine.json utility dot from JSON. This is my hack. All right. We're going to just return that. We're going to try this. And if we can't catch so this is where we would try each one of the types we want. So we'd have like something that says for each type, go ahead and try it and see if you can do it. So I'd say could I do type here? What is it? Type of, so I'd be I don't know what the type the array types. New array. And I just do type of weapon. Not implicitly, it's just a type. System.type array. Yeah. So if I had multiple types to check, I should be able to do for each type T in types. We're going to try all of them. So we'll try all of them. Oh, I can't do type of T. Can I do this here? That makes sense that I can't do that. That makes sense that I can't do that. That's funny. I need to come up with something better than this. So if we get down here, But ideally, I'd have like a factor that says selects the correct subclass from this string. So let's play around with that real quick. I want to see that. I want to make sure that this is going to make sense. Throw new system exception could not load equipable. So we want sort of like a JSON type wrapper of sorts, and then it'll have like an enum in it that yeah, so if I had like a string wrapper or something. For now, I'm going to do this. And we have a different error now. The error is related to how I was. Oh, because I always end up with the plus on the modifier. Fascinating. So in my ability role, I have a bug in my ability role now. With the deserialization of my ability role, that is. Because we're putting this plus here, sometimes this base role does not exist. Or sorry, sometimes the modifier. Okay, so it's actually in my role modifier. My toString here, if this happens to be empty, I end up with plus modifier in there. So I think we want to do the following. We're going to instead say ability modifiers dot count. If they count is equal to 0, then we return modifier dot toString. Otherwise, we prefix it with everything sort of added together. All right, so this should hopefully fix the bug I was running into right here, or this failure. Let's give it a shot. Run this one. Hey. Our serializations are working, at least for very basic things. We don't have too many slots to equip stuff, but I have a lot of confidence here that this is going to work. So we have a very basic serialization working. The one real thing that I'm going to add to my to-do list right now is that we need to do a better job of serializing. iEquipable needs a better serialization method. Deserialization method. And so my idea is to create a JSON type, a wrapper for something that stores an interface, and inside of that it has like the name of a method to use to deserialize itself. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. But I'm going to put a note here. Potentially hide this. Potentially could write a interface serialization wrapper, which has a come on. Why is my keyboard? All right, which stores information about deserializing the associated interface. So I have an idea for how to do that in a reasonable way. Okay, but we have our equipment deserializing. Does our player serialize now? Doesn't. And my guess is that our inventory needs to serialize as well. That's my main thought there. All right, so we have, let's make a commit because we have our, what did we change in our, oh, I'm not looking at my changes here. What did we change? So I fixed a bug in ability roll. I made ability roll serializable. Okay, so we didn't fix a bug. I introduced a bug and then fixed it before the commit. So, beat implement serialization for ability roll, like that, and then added some white space. Is that all we did in that file? Fascinating. Added some white space into dice pool. That's why you check before you commit stuff. We added, fixed a toString in this one and added some white space. Did my formatter do that? No. My formatter did just change a bunch of other stuff though. Not a bunch. Changed it to the canonical way to format these things. So our roll modifier, beat add toString to roll modifier. Wrote a hack for iEquipable. Made weapon serializable. Okay, so beat implement serialization for weapon. Add in a hack. Beat add static from JSON to iEquipable. And then finally make our character equipment manifest serializable. All right. Beat character equipment adds or implement serialization for equipment manifest. All right, feeling good about that. Let's go ahead and sync those. Whew. All right, we got to get our inventory serializing. So we'll add in a serialization test for our inventory. Test serialization. Okay. Let's add a timeout to it as well. Good practice to add timeouts. Pro tip, not that I'm a pro. Newbie tip, let's say newbie tip. Newbie tip of the day. On your test, add timeouts so that way they don't run forever. If you have an infinite loop there, you might run into trouble in Unity stop responding. I've had that happen. So, especially with like deep recursion that is coming up and down, it's not that big, or a big loop. But yeah, timeouts in your tests, easy to add. Wish they were there by default, and that you could add in a no timeout. Alternatively, okay. So we want to test serialization. So let's still Bob's inventory here with these things in it. And we're gonna serialize it. Unity engine dot, oh, we don't need to assert that. Dot JSON utility dot to JSON, our Bob's inventory. JSONified. And then we're gonna load it back in as an inventory loaded. Unity engine dot JSON utility dot from JSON. JSONified. And we're gonna load it back in as an inventory. And then we assert our equal loaded. Then we're going to do another inventory. Oh, so art equal Bob's inventory and loaded. Then we'll make a second inventory. We'll make Clark's inventory this time. Clark's inventory. So to be able to do this, we wrote equality checks for everything first. So not the most fun day. And we'll give Clark just a dagger. And then we'll JSONify and load it up. And check that Clark here is loaded up. Okay, not the most fun day as far as like actually doing stuff in our Unity editor, but a really productive and useful day. So serialization should just fail initially. So let's make sure it's failing. Let's clear these here. On our inventory, and if it's successful, I will. Okay, so it should be failing, and that's good-ish. And it's related to our iEquipable thing again, right? And so in our, I was really hoping, all right, so in our inventory, once again, we need to be able to deserialize our inventory objects. So we have these items. Oh, interesting. I should go all the way up to the level of, let me check, are all equipables items? Excuse me. I think all equipables are items. And so we actually need to be able to deserialize all the way from this level. Yeah, so I really need to get this. I'm going to do this for now. But I really need to get this new, I need like a wrapper type for, I need to make a wrapper type called like an interface serializable, or a serializable interface, which allows me to pass in, I can construct it. It's going to take in the interface to serialize, as well as a method for deserialization. And that's going to serialize to a new JSON that it sort of deserializes twice. So first it'll deserialize the serializable interface, and then that will know how to deserialize the thing that's inside of it. So it's sort of like a two-pronged approach, a two-pronged attach, if you will. But for now, we can do it this way. Weapons happen to be this. And so we're going to leave this to do here. And then in our inventory, we're going to implement iSerial Unity engine, the iSerializable callback receiver, and there's just some magic we have to do to serialize our list. Oh, actually, oh yeah, it's I do have to do this here to serialize and deserialize our list, because we end up having to have this private list string items JSON, or serialized items, like this. Yeah. Okay. So now let's implement this. And basically, when we go to serialize, we this one needs to have Unity engine.serialize field. And one of the benefits of doing this over so for example, one of the benefits of using Unity's serialization tool is speed. It's incredibly fast. You could instead be using, there's several libraries that do JSON to and from. Newton JSON, for example, which comes with Unity. Man, it's slow. Chandu, welcome back. Happy Saturday, my friend. It's nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been? What have you been up to? So before we serialize, we're going to say if our items is null, we do nothing. But then we just loop through. Item in items. So we're gonna build up this list and we go to serialize. So serialized items, new list of strings, and serialized items dot add Unity engine dot to JSON dot JSON utils, sorry, JSON util to JSON on our item. So we're gonna go ahead and do that, convert all of those things to JSON. So when we go to serialize, we have to convert all our items to this because we can't, unfortunately, we can't add a tag here to do it for us, which is just a little bit disappointing. The nice thing is now this inventory in our, if we happen to have an inventory attached to some component, it'll show up in our editor, which is cool. And then when we deserialize, we say if our serialized items is null, we cannot deserialize it, so we just return. Good practice here, you should always use curly braces, just so you don't confuse yourself, even if you're putting on one line for brevity here. And then we're doing the inverse of this. We're gonna loop through each of our items. So our items becomes a new list of item. And then, well, I should have just written this by hand. Serialized items. And I could use link to do this as well, which would be probably a little nicer. Okay, so I'm gonna show us how to do link here real quick. If you're learning how to do link stuff, you should see these patterns here. Once I have a for loop and I do one thing in here like this, linked tells me I can use a select. I can use a select to do the same thing. All right, so check it out, check it out. Items.select. Here, I want to convert this item. I want to run this code here, right? So I sort of want to do this thing here. And so I can say, well, so for every item in item, so it's saying loop over this thing, pull out each element in it and do something with it, and then we're just going to turn it into a list here. So this is sort of the link way to do it, and look how much nicer that looks, right? And you'll often see people write it this way, where you say, I'm going to get items, I'm going to select this, so this is saying loop through everything and apply this function to it, and then convert that whole thing to a list. All right, so rather than writing this for each loop like this. Similar thing here, I can go the other way. So now I say from my serialized items, you can do dot select, and the function I'm doing this time happens to be my item dot from JSON on the string. And in fact, ooh, this is even better. I don't even need to, because we're just forwarding this along, I actually don't even need to create this lambda expression. I say, oh, just apply it. Just use this function. Use this as a function here. Oh, absolutely, Smab. I should have been doing this a long time ago. I sort of want to introduce this to my students at some point. I think I've mentioned, Smab, the reason I haven't done it is because for the AP exam, you can't do this on the AP exam. So in the Comp Sci Principles exam, the AP exam, you're required to write a for loop specifically, and you have to like talk, you have to demonstrate a for loop iterating over something and explain how it does. Exactly. And so it's just, I would so much rather teach it in this functional way because it's just so much nicer. Look how much nicer that looks. Thank you. Okay, so our inventory deserialize and serialize that way. And I think, yeah, writing all those loops is slightly maddening. I'm glad it clicked in my head there to go ahead and do that. Test this. Still doesn't work. But let's go look at that error line and just make sure Interesting. Interesting. All right, so... Oh, I think I'm not serializing the name. Yeah. I didn't serialize the name, and the name has to match for them to be equal. So I'll have to add a private set to this. Just slightly annoying, but should be okay. Hey. All right, does our player still doesn't serialize? But let's see if we can figure out why. Down the rabbit hole we go. Player, character. Let's make sure we're serializing everything. Let's just take a look real quick. Or let's look at our test. All right, so hang on, before I do that, let's commit our item in inventory. Yeah. Beat implement serialization for inventory. Beautiful. Sync that up. And now we need to implement, we're so close. I'm so close we can taste it. You ever taste your programming? There's like these, we always talk about in programming code smells. Code smells are like, oh man, something's not right with this code. But we don't often talk about code tastes, right? So there's like these, I always feel like code, like, ooh, this is a delicious piece of code. That's how I feel about functional programming. I feel like in my inventory, when we rewrote that for loop using link, I'm like, that's so tasty. Look at that. That's delicious. That's some delicious code there. Meanwhile, over in my items.fromJSON, I'm like, ugh, that smells bad. That code right there does not smell right. But this code tastes delicious. Or is it just me? Am I the only person that feels that way? I had a band director who used to always, I was in jazz band, played trombone. My band director would always talk about the taste, like, ooh, that lick was tasty. And so I've always felt that way about various things. It's interesting who your influences as you're growing up. Let's just put in a little test here. Let's debug it. Our player character test. Right here is not working, so we're gonna pause right here. Still connected. Do I have any other? Open up my debugger. All right, so I'm gonna put a breakpoint there, and we're gonna stop. And I'm just gonna look manually. Hang on. Oh, it's test equality. Test here. I just want to look at the internals and say, okay, well, what? Oh, I did the wrong thing. I hit play. I didn't want to hit play. I wanted to run my serialization test. All right, we're just gonna look at these two guys. Chicka wow wow. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Things are going. We've almost got serialization. We've almost met our goal here. Let's check out my sign-on real quick. My sign-on goal was... Here's my goal. Core's got some sign-on goals and stuff. I'm loving that Core's in my sign-on channel with me. It's not my sign-on channel. It's the sign-on channel on the Discord. I think it's a great way to hold yourself accountable doing these sign-ons. I make my students do them. We have a developer journal that I make them sort of do sign-ons and sign-offs in. My goal is serialize the character class. This includes inventory, items, equipment manifests. Bonus with add transition from weapon shop to town. So we've almost got serialization done. We have everything serializing but the player at this point. So I just want to look at holding yourself accountable can be hard. So we just want to look at here. our differences, right? So I know this is about to tell me that they are not equal. So I want to see if they actually are equal or not. Lo-Fi Craft, welcome back. Welcome back. How was lurking? How was lurking? So our character name, our loaded, our character here. We both have Testy Testerson. We got Test Portrait. Equipment's null. Our equipment's not serializing. Okay. So the equipments don't match. I didn't mean to hit stop there. That's going to cause... Please reattach. Please reattach, sir. All right, we reattached. I wish there was a way to say like abandon test. I can click play again, but then it'll stop in a moment. Essentially clicking play will do it. I think clicking this will do it too, but I'm not 100% sure. So our equipments. Yeah, so I'll be teaching an Intro to Unity class this term. So it's a 24 classes. The school I work for is online, so it's an online classes. But yeah, so it's an online school for online middle school. Oh, this equipment manifest. It's because it's an equipment manifest. All right, so we're gonna change this here to be a character equipment manifest. Oh, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Okay, this is where my serializable. Probably not at this point. So you have to be part of the school. You have to be part of the school. So if you're not part of the school, it's not my school. During the summer, I will probably be running some programs. So unfortunately, you won't be able to join this particular class. No, sorry. That said, I will be posting a lot of our activities on my... I have a website I'm running called Intro to Unity. So you'll be able to get the class resources if you'd like. Oh man, so I gotta write this serializer here. What an annoying... Well, this one's easier. This one's easier because I know... Okay, this one's a bit easier in the following way. Because I know before serializing... Okay. All right, I keep saying okay over and over, but it's going to be okay. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it through just another day. All right, so we happen to have our equipment JSON, that we need to serialize. So this is a string. And so when we serialize this, then we gotta serialize the equipment JSON. So Godot has its own, or Godot has its own programming language called GDScript, although they are currently working on if equipment is null, we're gonna do nothing. The latest version does have support for C# using something called is it called Monogame, I believe? But from what I understand, it's a little bit, for lack of a better word, janky. And so I'm really excited for that to come out because I'd love to do that. I'm a big fan of open source stuff. Unity is closed source. Open source stuff tends to be better in the long run, but not always. So when we... Oh, this is funny. I'm breaking it here as well. We don't need that. That was just there for some testing stuff I was doing. Okay. So equipment equals null. And for serialize. Got a hiccup there. If the equipment's not null. All right, so then our equipment JSON is equal to JSON utility dot to JSON of the equipment, Oh, inventory. Or is it? The inventory is going to be the same way. All right. I really got to write this serializable thing for interfaces. Inventory JSON. I need to write this. I need to write a serializer class. So anytime we have these interfaces, you're sort of in a bad. If equipment's null or inventory's null, we need to. What's interesting in my debugging, I didn't see that. It probably was also. Oh, it wasn't because I was deserializing the inventory back. Inventory. This needs to be equals null. Okay. And then after deserializing, I'm going to say if either of these are null, inventory JSON null, we return. And we deserialize these. These ones are easier to deserialize because I know the concrete type under the hood is, yeah, so this one's much easier to do. Inventory of inventory JSON. It's been an experience, man. It's been good. I've learned a ton doing this, way more than I thought I was going to learn, and that's great. That's really, really good. I thought I was going to blow through this much quicker than I did. What I learned, this needs to be a character equipment manifest. So what I learned, awesome, Gaze. I'm so happy to hear you get it. Let me know how you feel about it. I think it's awesome. There's a Discord, the C# Players Guide. There's a Discord just for it. The author's awesome. He does, I don't know that he streams, but he does videos, and he will often have, like in his Discord, a thing where you can join in and check out the latest versions of his book and talk through solutions and ask questions. Their Discord's awesome. Okay, so we're gonna try this here. So this one's a little easier because we know what the underlying type is. And so we're actually not gonna serialize this. These ones serialize because they're not interfaces. All right, so I think we'll be okay. All right, our file's still under 200 lines. You know, as our files get giant, things get scary. Let's get rid of that. Let's see if our test works here. And we need to expand that test a little bit to at least serialize 2 different types of characters. Oh, serializing what our character. Awesome. Awesome possums. This is beautiful. I'm very, very happy with this. We need to, yes. Add in an additional test. Okay, so I want to make sure. I need to make a second character to make sure it works. Right now it's testing one exact character, so to make sure it's not hard-coded somewhere, we're gonna go ahead and do other. We got it passing, yeah. So we're adding in one more additional test here, but yeah, we got our character serializing, which I'm super happy about. Character other. We're gonna name this one Jim Davis, and give them a different set of stuff. We'll give them a longsword in their left hand, and we'll give them a battle axe in their inventory. And what's nice is I could actually do the following: abilities.roll. This will give us even better accountability because it randomizes the abilities when it does it. Yeah, I'm super happy here. We're gonna find out how happy I really am in a moment. By serializing like this. Okay. All right. Moment of truth. Everyone, please cross your fingers. Lend me your strength. Goku style it. Give me your strength. Let's run all our tests. Oh, there we go. Look at all those green check marks. Look at all those green check marks. This is exciting. It's a happy day in the neighborhood. We should. All right. I'm going to take a quick break here. We're at 4 hours on this stream. I need to take a quick break. So I've been going rough. Is 100, so is that too much or not enough? So let me ask, 150. All right, beautiful. It's morning here, so it's 9 a.m. So I've been streaming since 5 a.m. local time, 9 a.m. here. But boom, got all those green check marks. Let's make a commit. Let's commit this bad boy. We got feature, implement, serialization for player character. Commit. Well, so the artist is coming here to approach you. So it turns out being an artist is hard, right? You know, it's one of the things about Dolly. Cost is all relative. I've commissioned stuff before for money. So it's like, how much time are they going to spend on it, right? So if they're going to spend 10 hours on it, is it too much? Is it too little? It's hard. So art is so subjective and cost is hard. I've hired artists before though, and I've spent a lot of money to hire artists to do some stuff for me before. So, you know, yes, it can feel like a lot. That said, if you weren't actively seeking it, then that's just, you know, a little bit annoying. It's different. So let me start by saying it's different if you reached out to someone and you asked them, hey, how much would you charge for this? And they just told you. But it's a little bit different if someone came to you and said, hey, I want to improve your thing. I'll do it for this. So the context there is important. But being an artist is hard. As someone who played trombone, I always say played trombone professionally. I'm doing air quotes here, professionally in a jazz band. I got paid. I had an ongoing gig to play trombone, jazz trombone for about 5 or 6 years, 4 years, something like that when I was an undergrad. And it's hard. It's hard. All right, so I'm really happy with this. All right, like I said, I'm gonna take a quick break. We just got our serialization working, which I'm really happy about. Yeah. So yeah. So you're right. So that's what I'm saying. Like I don't know. Like it's all relative. I don't think I could have done that. So here's the thing. If I were to try and make that cat thing, I think for me personally, it'd probably take me like 5 to 8 hours to do. So that time could be spent someone else doing it probably. But this is why Dali is awesome. I think it's mono on Godot for C#. So mono is the cross-platform version of the .NET platform for running compiled C#. All right, I got to take a break here. Got to get a quick stretch in. I'm going to be gone 2 minutes. I'll be back, and then we're going to see if we can get the transition working here. But I'm going to get myself another cup of coffee, and I'll be back. But thanks for hanging out. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. My doggo was missing me. I'm all shut in. I'm all shut in over here. But I have a blue healer. Blue healer. He's beautiful. I wish I could. Maybe I can get my camera to show him. Oh no, he's beautiful here. Switch to my face here for a minute. I don't want to mess up my camera too much, but my beautiful blue healer here. Hey, Dusty boy. Say hi to everyone. Hi. That's his whine. It's like, Dad, you're ignoring me. Beautiful, beautiful dog. My partner's dog. I've gotten the opportunity to essentially adopt him. But he's such a lovely dog. So energetic, so happy. Aren't you? But he's always sad in the morning because I spend time in here, and then he doesn't know where I am. He thinks I left, and so when I went out to get, he had woken up. When I went out to get tea, he's real happy to see me. He does this thing where he runs into my office. He'll go into my office because I shut the door. He'll try and block the door so I can't get into my office. So he'll block the door. He'll stand in the door and be like, "Don't go in there," and then I'll get him to come in with me. But we're gonna keep going here for a little bit longer, maybe a lot longer. I'm not sure. I want to get my bonus done today as well. So if we look at my goals here, to get serialization working, it works. So now we want to be able to transition to and from the weapon shop from the town hub. One thing that I think might be going wrong though is we're gonna find out. I think when I'm deserializing now, my player character, I'm pretty sure my character is not going to have an inventory or any equipment when they load because of this. So the previously saved character didn't have these things, so I'm pretty sure this scene's gonna crash here on us when I try to launch it. The inventory might work because I'm explicitly doing it, but I'm pretty sure my player character at this point doesn't have. All right, so if I go to my character controller, I'm explicitly giving the character these things, but I'm 90% sure that if I don't do this, my character will not have an inventory. And if I try and buy something, I'm gonna get a null pointer exception. So there's some I need to essentially generate a new character in my character creation scene to ensure that it exists. I'm curious. I'm testing my thought process here. Yeah, I checked it out. My inventory didn't exist. It's just null, so there's nothing in my inventory. Yeah, so what we can do then, okay, what I should do is I go to deserialize. My equipment's null. And then we have two checks here. So we're gonna do one for equipment and one for inventory. So rather than just returning, we need to sort of give ourselves the default one from the constructor, the same that the constructor does. Can I do the long line? Let's do this. We're gonna add in a private. Yeah, private inventory initialize. Here's what we'll do. Private void initialize inventory, and this is going to take in. It doesn't need to take in anything, because it should have it. And so this is sort of part of initialize inventory. I'm going to do it this way. Maybe I just toss it in there. I always talk myself in and out of random things. If it's equal to null, inventory equals new character inventory. Is that what I called it? Just inventory. I don't like that I just copy and pasted that here. This should be names inventory. And then we can do this. There's like a equipment JSON equals null. Leave it null. All right, we're gonna do this. All right, so if we don't have an equipment JSON, we initialize the default. And we'll do the same thing for equipment. Equipment equals, ooh, I got this mixed up. Inventory JSON. Equipment JSON. And I think for our equipment manifests, we gotta do that. This is why I wanted to write the initialize method. Yeah, I think I need the initialize method to make this a little bit. Because now if I end up changing my constructor, I'm gonna have issues with it. So I'm actually gonna create a private method down here. And this should take in. All right, so down here we'll do init like this. And we'll call it init serialized fields. That's a better name. Okay, so we're gonna init serialized fields, and then down here we can just call, after I've loaded it, we'll init serialized fields. And I think I'm gonna say voila, but maybe not. And now we have our tests, so we can just run our tests again and say, hey, did I break anything? And if so, we can go back in time or we can fix it. We want to make sure that these tests give ourselves confidence that we didn't break too much. Yeah, our test still passed, so it gives me confidence that I didn't break anything that I test, of course, the functionality. So daily, if you have stronger tests, you'll be in a better place. So we're just gonna init serialized fields. Like that. And so now when I boot this up, it should have my saved character. I don't think their name was Darwin, and I don't think they had any inventory. So I'm wrong. Apparently. Well, let's do something here. I want my player character controller. My character is now serializable. So let us, over in our character controller, oh, I'm not loading my character. There we go. Maybe. I do want to be able to see my character. So the thing something I'm really interested in is if I do a public player character or player character. Oh, I'm outside of my class. I'm curious. This is just for funsies. Player character. It might be nice to write a Unity editor drawer so that I can actually see this character. So write a special thing that says, oh, on iCharacters, here's how they get displayed. This is how you serialize them into the editor. Our player character serialized serialized character. And so essentially I'm going to do that our serialized character is player character dot restore, so we can see it in the editor, and we'll set it here like that. We don't like this because this is shouldn't, you know, we don't want people to be able to change it, but we'll take a look. Just want to see what's in our, I think we can do it, because check it out, our serialized character has this thing. We get our abilities, our equipment JSON's a little bit what we get to see, but we could potentially, again, writing special drawers here would be nice. Let's check it out. Yeah, now we see our inventory like that. When I modify this, it's not going to update because it's not attached to our observable. But like if I do my longsword, I can purchase it. Don't have enough gold because I don't have enough gold. But our character name was Bob. All right, this is nice. I'm really feeling really happy about this. So let's add into our to-dos here. Our to-do, something that I would like to do. These are now serialized. We just finished that. My character's Bobby Tables, yeah. Shop's not serializable yet. I don't even know if shop really needs to be serializable, except that we would want to be able to like save and load it from a database. I wish these would automatically update when I delete that. I thought they would, but my I think my plugin's just messed up. Yeah, consider that. We're gonna add in here create a Unity editor drawer for I character, I equipment, I inventory. That would be great. I don't think it would be crazy to do. I do think it's like another 2 to 4 hour endeavor to do it. So I don't know how much I need to prioritize that. But it would be super nice to have. That's just like a nicety. All right, let us commit here what we've done. So we made our player character actually serializable. Okay. Add in. Oop, let's not keep this. Hang on. Undo that. Not player character. In our character controller, we really don't want that. I suppose I can make it private. Maybe that's what I'll do. Yeah, so that's what I'll do. Here, let's put it back. Let's make this private. And essentially this is something that will keep synced up, right? So we're gonna say that I'm gonna add a listener. Yeah, so we're just gonna add another listener here. That additionally, we're gonna set our serialized character, and we'll just cast it to a player character, because that's what we know it is. So that way when it changes, we'll actually be able to see that change in the editor. Okay, this is the smarter way to do this. And before I commit this, let's run it again. So this is cool. Now I should be able to see my inventory change in the editor when I buy something, if I serialize that field. Gotta serialize it though. There's like an editor only, right? Editor only thing. There's like a Unity. I gotta look that up. So there's something I can do that says, okay, only have this included if I'm in the editor. I'm gonna look at it in a second. Have you ever heard of Gink? It lets you draw on your screen with the mouse. I found it really helpful explaining code or engines to people. Not sure if that would help you out too. I've never used Gink specifically, G-Ink, but I have something called the Remarkable, and I have like, I have a pen that lets me draw. G-Ink lets you draw on your screen with the mouse. It's like an app, I'm assuming. I have a little thing that lets me control my mouse, and I will often. That's an interesting idea because you could have like an overlay. I usually teach over Zoom, and Zoom lets me, when I have Zoom running, I can draw on my screen. I'm gonna have to look it up. Chicka Wow Wow, if you're on the Discord, if you could post it in, I created a recommended channel. Post it in recommended. I'd love to check it out. Sweet, thank you, thank you. So we're gonna serialize this field. All right, let's double check to make sure that works. I think that would be cool. So when I have no money. I have to give myself money. I have no money. Can't buy anything. Bob doesn't have any money. All right, so we're gonna give Bob some money. Give Bob 50 gold. The cool thing is this should update in my, it should keep my character in sync here. Did anyone ever, there used to be, there was a time when goats were a big meme on the internet, and the goat yelling Bob. All right, so let's see if I buy a longsword. Yeah, it updates over here. So ideally, I'd want this to be like a read-only field, so you can only see what's there. You wouldn't edit it, because editing it, or maybe in my editor, I could have it propagate through it. It'll force things in there. Sweet. Okay, so let's add in, I didn't realize this, but I need like a return to town button to transition back to my town scene. And then in my town hub, add a button to go to the weapon shop. And potentially a button to go to the, like an armor shop. So I should be able to relatively easily add multiple shops. So let's look at my character controller here. Let's get rid of this. Ooh, thank you, Smabs. Thank you for sharing that. So I normally use Style Cop on my C# projects. I can't figure out how to get it to integrate easily with Unity. I found some different ways to do it. There's like some packages and stuff you can install, but it seemed like a huge pain. So I didn't want to deal with it. So, but typically I use Style Cop. It just yells at me to fix things and have a nice linter on there for you. Okay, so we beat we really added in, this is a fix. So I use Style Cop because it was sort of the recommended linter. I'm always a fan, so I like my students to have a linter. So I force my students to use Style Cop in my C# class. I say, you know, you're required to have a linter, and to get full points, your linter needs to be clean. You need a clean linter. It's just a good practice because whatever development team you end up on is going to have a linter, or if they don't, you should maybe find a different workspace. If you're working by yourself, it's not a big deal. It's when you're working with multiple people on a code base that you want to be following the same guidelines together. Fix initialization on load for player missing fields. It's just good habits, right? Trying to have good habits. And the linter forces you to have good habits. And I don't have one right now, so it's like allowing me to have bad habits. So for example, the linter would yell at me saying, oh, these public things should probably have a good comment on them. It would warn me saying, hey, you have some public things that don't have documentation. And I really like that as a linter. Yeah, everything with automated tools are much better. It's one of the reasons I don't use Emacs. One of the reasons I don't use Emacs anymore is the VS Code just has so much nice stuff out of the box ready to go for you. All right, so we need to add in a button that allows us to transition back to the overworld. So in our shop, I think I want to add a little button down here that says leave shop or something. Any suggestions on where to put my leave button in the screen that looks like this? I've clearly I've used up too much space on my screen to make it obvious where to put it. The middle, have some like buttons in the middle, so just like a big leave button here in the middle. All right, chicka wow wow. Let's do it. Is that a big old leave button? Scene, where did that button go? Oh, it's behind some stuff. So right now all the buttons, like these little item dialogues are the buttons. So right now the buttons are like you click on here, like that. So if you want to select something from your inventory purchase, oh, I don't have enough gold. So I was thinking I might put it on this dialogue here, just have like an X or something to leave. Yeah, so maybe I need to make these like less wide. Yeah, I was thinking maybe on there. But what I could do is I could make the inventory, these things slightly less wide. So if I shrink these to, and put my button sort of in the middle, let's have it be centered at the top. Yeah, so I'm just terrible at design. I'm terrible at design is what it comes down to. So I'd prefer someone who's better at design than me to give me some advice. Because this feels... Does that feel okay? You put it there. If I had more buttons, right? It would make sense if I had more buttons. Yeah, so if I had more buttons, I think it would work well. That's exactly right. That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking... All right, so yeah, you're in Smab. I know exactly what you mean, where you click the thing and then you're like, ah, crud. You accidentally click it. I am kind of thinking that my shop inventory will have a leave button on it. So it would appear like down here or up here next to the shop. And I can even make it an icon that looks like return to town. There's like a little icon that says leave. What are we thinking? Let's see what happens here if I put it here. In fact, I think I'm going to attach it. Let's change the text on it. All right, let's make these wider again. These were 800. And my button, get rid of the text. And I kind of want to have a little icon on it that you click. Do I have any decent looking icons in my sprites? No. What about show and explorer? I had put in some potential assets up here. Possible assets. Oh, these are just currency assets. Form controls. These were a bunch of different things. Sort of want a little icon that looks like an exit, a door. Let's go to open game art. Let's see if we can let's see if we can find some art. Open door icon. Well, that did not. RPG icons. This is gonna have way too many things, I think, in it. Yeah, it would take me a while. I'm sort of thinking if I have a little door icon that like you click on the door icon. All right, well, what we're gonna do for now is we're just gonna add a little button in here. It says return to town. Return to town. And can we just jam that into our shop inventory? Does this have... and we're gonna make its position bottom stretched out like this, and so its position be 10. Yeah, we'll put it 20 above. We'll have it stretch 50, 50, 64. We're just gonna do that. I'm gonna be a little bit lazy about it. And then if we decide to do some more stuff, I think that this will be okay. So when you click on this, it'll actually trigger the town to go to return to town. So we need a exit in our shop control. We're gonna add an exit shop option. And we're gonna have some magic strings here for a moment. We need to have like a static scenes controller. And then we also need to save our character when we transition between scenes. So we're gonna go to our shop controller. And in our shop controller, we want to have a return to town method. Public void return or exit shop. And maybe this accepts in it like a string scene, so this is going to tell us where we're going next. Target scene. And I hate that these are stringly typed in this way, but when we exit the shop, we need to save our player. So it's going to be player character dot store. And then we're going to store the character dot observed. Oh, and it's just a regular character. But we know it's a player character, so we're going to do this for now. To do consider reworking. Consider storing a player character rather than a character. So this was like pre-interface that I was doing some of this stuff. So now we have these character interfaces. I almost feel like it shouldn't be called player character, but calling it character conflicts with like the C# character. And so that's just a dangerous thing to do. And then we're gonna do a scene manager. What is it? Let's go to our character creator. Creator. Character builder controller. Yeah, so I have a little thing here like, don't stringly type this stuff. So we're gonna load this scene. We save our character and we load this scene like this. We're gonna load the target scene. So we should be able to transition to our town hub this way. And then in our town hub, it should load that character back. And then we should be able to go back to the shop once we add the shop in there. So to be able to transition, in my build, I need to add in my scenes. Okay, so in my build settings to actually transition, I need to say I want to be able to go between my town and my character creator. Let us give it a try. Okay, so I have my Bob character, return to town. Oh, I didn't wire that up. All right, so my return to town button, this return to town button. My return to town button on click, it's gonna invoke my shop controller. To exit the shop and we're gonna go to town. See, I hate this. I want this to take in a scene. So I think I want to do something. I don't like how stringly typed this is. This is why I hate dynamic, not hate. This is why I find working in dynamic programming is frustrating because you have those strings everywhere. Okay, we transitioned, but we got an exception. And I'm assuming it's just because our character controller works a little differently. So it's saying on line 20. It's interesting, no reference exception. Observable character is not set. Oh, because this, yeah, so this is because I added those things here in my, all right, so let's go to our town scene. Specifically in our town scene, getting enough stuff in here that we gotta start searching for stuff. It's not entirely obvious where everything is at a glance anymore. Yeah, our observable character, I think, was missing until I opened this up and the editor just added it in for us. Yeah. So now we load our character. Let's transition back to our shop real quick, just to make sure I'm not crazy. I'm pretty sure my town, when I opened that up, it modified my town scene. Didn't. All right, I'm a little nervous. Oh boy. Turn to town. Oh, I haven't connected it. That's, I think, what's going on here. Oh, it should get it. In my... All right, so something's going on an observable character then. My observable component. We'll probably just check out the debugger here. Something's null. Something's null. I'm not entirely sure what it is. So let's debug it. Let's debug it. Let's on awake here. We are gonna pause and debug what's going on. Figure out what is actually null. So the first time I boot this up, it should break point for us. All right, it's waiting and it works here. So I'm gonna run. I'm just gonna go. Okay, go through that. So when I return to town, it's in the process of loading this up. So I think, I think what's happening, let's step over. I think observable is going to be null. Non-static, no, observable is not null. All right. What about... Player character should be null. Observable on change is null. because the scene hasn't loaded yet. That is interesting. I'm curious if I just click reload, will it detach? Yeah, okay. Good to know. Okay, so what's happening is in my new scene, the scene itself hasn't loaded. The order of these things waking up, actually. So my observable character here, this on change, this has not initialized yet. Which is fascinating to me. And it's because this object like hasn't woken up yet or something. Let's go check it out. Let's go check it out. In my town scene, my player controller has this on change listener doesn't exist yet before the scene has essentially loaded. So it's almost like I need to queue it up for when it does exist, or I can make it lazy load. We're gonna try a lazy load and see if that fixes it. All right, so we're gonna do a private Unity event T. There's like a fear I have, but on change like this. So when we go to get this, this should work. When we go to get it, we should never set it. So actually, when we go to get it, I'm just worried that Unity is going to override it on us. This is going to break things in my other scene, I think, too. Hang on. Let's be careful here. My player controller. Yeah, it's my observable player. If I do this, it's going to break this here because it's no longer going to be referencing that one. Which I think is fine. It's just... it's going to break all of my observable components. Oh, man. Can we... I'm gonna look at something again. So this should boot up and pause on us over here. We'll do continue. And then we're gonna switch, we're gonna return to town. So the component comes through, but on change is null. So this is gonna be an exception here. Click continue. We're gonna unpause. And I'm 90% sure once we unpause, the event loads up for us. It's just that this did not, that's funny. Now if I were to add one of these, it should load fine. The observable character needs to come first. I think I can modify the order that these things, so the observable character needs to be like the first thing that happens. So there's some way to change the order that things wake up. Sequencing, timeline. That's not what I want. Unity change order of awake. you can change order of awake mono behavior. For the first frame update, I just want the date order. There's also a hidden tag to set the script itself. Interesting. I know there's a way to do it in the editor. Maybe I need to watch this video real quick.
Is awake. So the fix for that is very simple. We go into edit.
If it'll load. Oh, that's fascinating that it's not loading. I wonder what's going on there. Maybe if I open it on.
And in here we can set the order.
All right, how did we get there? Script execution order. All right, let's see if we get there. I saw the name of the window. Window, search. How do I search? There's a way to search for general. Ugh.
So the fix for that is very simple. We go into edit onto our
project settings, execution order. All right, edit, project settings, execution. Okay. So this is, I think we can do it here like what you were saying. So we're gonna add in, specifically we need to make sure that the observable component happens pretty early. Observable guess observable character. It won't let me do observable component because that's like, okay, so I know if I do it with observable character and then character controller. Oh, that's not what I wanted. All right, character controller. So we want observable character come before character control. I think if we do this, and we're about to find out. I think if we do that, the order, we want the events to load first, but it might actually not load until a single frame has passed, which would be really extra annoying. So the first one's fine. So my fear is that the first frame has to pass. And if we look at our observable, it's still null. Yeah, so the first frame has to execute, which is extra annoying. So this doesn't actually solve the issue at all. No, it's an actual frame tick needs to happen for it to actually load it in, because it's part of like the reason it exists in the other one is because the inspector has deserialized it. And so I actually think the answer is to make it so that it just has one by default. And so I have to go break a bunch of stuff, which makes me really, really sad. What was it called? My brain can't remember now. Order. Oh, we can do an IEnumerate start? Interesting. Execution. Where did this thing go? Why am I so bad? Edit, Project settings. Oh, I just clicked the wrong thing. I could make it wait a second too, but I think the correct what the like real fix in our observable component. I think the real fix is to do an iSerializer callback. All right, I think this will fix it. Oh no, because it's not going to serialize. Let's try something. So we're just going to say that after we've deserialized, if on change is null, we're just going to instantiate it. My question is, does the deserialization happen in that time? So there's an interesting thought here of like, when does deserialization happen? I'm hoping. All right. So the first one's fine. And our, yeah, deserialization hasn't happened yet. Okay, let's try one other thing. This is fascinating. It's a fascinating little thing that's going on here. What if I set this to be a new here? I also don't think that will work, because the way Unity's doing stuff. Maybe I need to do both. Maybe I need to make. So the crazy thing here is it's like, oh, well, this should never be null now. I really thought it was because in my, so if I run just town, I don't think I get the null reference, right? Because I step over and yeah, so if I run that scene, it's already there because it's like serialized it from the editor. So it's fine. It's when I go from the shop into the scene, this has not been serialized yet. Oh, it's because I put the serialization on the top level script, so it doesn't serialize. I wonder if this is getting called. Let me put a debug log in here. Debug.log deserializing. It's an interesting thought. Let me disable this breakpoint. It is deserializing. Let's go to our shop. Okay, so it does propagate down to the children there. So this is interesting. This is fascinating. I gotta stop here soon. We're gonna go on for 5 hours. I should have put that breakpoint back in. Oh, that fixed it. That seems to have fixed it, actually. Beautiful. So the question is, does it cause... All right, so our player controller has our character in it. Okay, all right. So now let's add a button to go from our town to our shop. And the thing about our shop is we need to be able to specify which shop we're going to. So right now the shop is sort of built in to the controller class there. Let's add a little commit here because we fixed a thing. This was not necessary. Let's make sure that was not necessary. I'm slightly worried by doing this, it's gonna like kill anything that's connected in the editor. But I don't think that's true. I think the editor's smart. I think Unity is a little smarter than that. So I think the only reason it didn't serialize this before is because there was no stuff in that list. If I potentially added stuff to that list, I'm curious if it would. Here, let's add some stuff. Not this one. Here, let's go to the town. If I add stuff to this list, will it remember it? Does it override it? Let's add some stuff to the list here. All right, so this should, if I run this, they're still there. Okay. If I switch to my shop and then come in here, so if I go from my shop to my town, does it have those still? Okay, it does. And I didn't get my error. All right, so let's clear, in my town, let's clear these out. We'll save. I'm gonna do a commit here because I did fix a thing. This needs to be initialized. Didn't change much. Okay, we added a scene transition. Okay, so beat or chore, add scene, add exit shop transition. All right, we can push that in. And so the next thing we want to do is in our town, I want to add a button that goes to the shop. So that should be, I always say should be, and then insanity. So our background goes on top, and then we'll have a button. So we'll go to our UI elements, add in a button, and put it in here. Let's go ahead and center this on the screen. Change our pivot as well. There we go. Our canvas, I want the size to be different, our reference size. Oh, weird. Our canvas is that size. Why is this button so... Oh, it just has a big size. Okay. Why is the... Anyway. Oh, it's because it's scaled. Because I didn't add it to the scene. Okay. Let's add this button here. Let's make it a little bigger. Keep it centered. And we'll say... on the button, what did we call it? Warlicks? What's the name of our shop? Shop controller. Shop controller. What do we call it? Wilfred's. Wilfred's weapons. Wilfred's weapons. And this button is going to do a transition to our shop. So we don't have a town hub controller yet. All right, create empty town hub controller. We gotta create a script for that. So this is gonna be in our controllers. Create new folder, town. Create script town hub controller. Go ahead and add that to a namespace here. Namespace adventure quest.town that Add in a curly brace, format this fella, and essentially just want a go to Wilfred's. Go to Wilfred's might not be right. It might not be general enough. It's like void, enter shop, and then we should probably take in the shop we want to go to. So I think I need to have some kind of class to manage my different shops. And so I think I'm gonna have a shop database, but it's gonna take an iShop. And it'll essentially set everything up to go to that shop. But in this case, we're just gonna go scene manager, import that. Dot load scene. And one thing I'm noticing is I'm constantly having to save and load my character anytime I transition. So I should probably, this is a smell. So we were talking about code smells. This is a code smell of like, oh, I'm having to go copy paste code in different places. So I really need a scene manager, my own version of a scene manager, to where I can transfer that. Because I need to reference to my character before I change scenes so that I save my character. And so my town hub should have on it, this should require an observable character. And then we sort of, when this thing loads up, we say, okay, well, this is the character you're observing. And if that character changes, we change our character. And so again, this is the public, or protected, we'll move our wake. We need a reference to our characters. So this would be a player character, private, player character. And then down here, when we wake up, we go and find that. Again, I'm noticing a pattern. I think this was something that I had noticed before. I have like this interesting pattern when I load these things. Character controller. Again, these smells, I do this a lot in my awake where I go and get a thing and register. So I'm not sure, although this is kind of independent of, yeah, it's a little bit independent. Oh, not in our awake here. It's a little bit independent of, because not everything's gonna have to require this. And so like when you require this, then you kind of want to do this. Oh, this is just our observable. Yeah, yes, this is our observable character. Observable. And what we do is in our observable, when we change, we just update the character we're on. Ooh, yeah, please send me the your words, not mine, not so awesome door icon. Let me check it out. Send along. We know this needs to be a player character. Like this. So again, this is sort of like an interesting code smell as well. To do should not have to cast. But we're powering through trying to get this transition done. Let me know where you post it, Chicka Wow Wow, on Discord. But yeah, I would love that. So we're gonna load the shop scene when we do that. And this is gonna take in our character. Okay, so when I now have an enter shop. For now, we don't specify shop. I want to be able to specify shop, and this will essentially allow us to manifest, do something special that sort of propagates the shop to that scene. All right, cool. I appreciate it. That's awesome. We had Someone else had made a bunch of assets for me when I was doing the 2D space shooter. Biotest 5 had done that for us, which was super awesome. I am no artiste, so I always appreciate that. So our town hub controller. When we click this button, oh, we got to add a town hub to it. Town hub. And we're observing. Here's the cool thing. We say, is that right? Yeah. So we're observing a character. Oh, interesting. Actually, I got this wrong. Our town hub. Yeah. So our town hub needs to register on our player controller. It says, okay, whenever the player controllers changes, our observable character changes. There we go. Your fox was far better than your cat fox was better than anything I could have done. The coolest thing I've ever made, actually, I'll show you. I have made one. I've made a couple cool things. They just take me forever. All right, so now over here on our button, we can actually register this and say town hub controller, enter. Oh, it has to be an empty. Enter shop. All right, so we actually have to have like a reference to the shop we want to go to somehow. All right, so we just have enter shop for now. So the idea is like, can we transition between these scenes? So we start, and then the idea is, maybe what I do is on my player character controller, I have a thing that says when this thing's destroyed. No, that wouldn't work though, because if you're asynchronously loading a scene, it wouldn't work. Okay. So I do need to write my own scene transition tool. So my to-dos, I'm going to add that. Scene transition manager for transferring, for moving between scenes. Currently every time we save the character, manually on the button. We have some repeated code there, so that's a code smell we got to deal with. I still didn't wire it up because my energy's running low. I've been going for I've been coding almost 6 hours straight, 5.5 hours. That's cool. Pixel art Spider-Man. Again, if you have access to it, do a share for me. I'd love it. I'd love to see it. My extent of graphics, I'll show you Burger Boss in a second, but Burger Boss is the level of graphics I can make. All right, so we transitioned, and we can return to town. Okay. All right, so now the question. All right, let's go to my. Oh, this is exciting. We have a thing that does a thing. Go to our character creator. Let's commit this real quick. We're gonna commit. We have a thing that does a thing, and I'm very excited about that. All of our coding, our mountains of code are starting to pay off a little bit here. Let's do a commit though. We are gonna commit here. We added a town hub controller and a transition from our town to the shop. If this will load. Feature, add, implement, town hub controller. Town hub controller. Add button to transition from town scene to shop scene. Okay, so I'm hoping, so I'm gonna go to my character builder. We're gonna give our character like 50 gold to start. Okay, so in our character builder, character builder controller, when we actually create our character, we're gonna give our character 50 gold. And we're gonna see, okay, now can I transition to this scene and then go buy something, transition back to the town, go back and have that item. Additionally, we could also, let's give our character a dagger to start too. So character.inventory.add weapons. So you're gonna start with a dagger. And once we get the equipment system working, we can have them start equipped with the dagger or something along those lines. Okay, so now let's go to our character builder scene. This is exciting. I'm excited. We're making progress. Wrote a lot of tests, and now what's fun is when that pays off, you can scenes, character creator. All right, let's see if anything's broken here. So we're gonna create a character. Give our character, love this one. Get some better stats maybe. 90. All right. And Delilah. Create character. We're in our town. I'm Delilah, and if I go to Wilfred's weapons, I got Delilah's inventory with a dagger. All right, and if I purchase this, I can click confirm. I can return to town. And Delilah has a thing. I have to go back to the weapons. All right, we did it. Woo! Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, we made it. We made it. All right. Chore, add, give player 50 gold to start. Okay. All right. I'm super happy with that. We're going to do a sign off here. We've made it. We got our goals done. These were our goals. All right, sign off. So I'm done coding. I'm done coding for today. Been going for 5.5 hours. Sign off. These were our goals. Created equality checks for all serialized types. So created equality check for player character and associated types. Implemented serialization for player character and associated types. Added transition from town hub to weapon shop. Beautiful. All right, we did it. We made it. We're happy. We're signing off with that. And we're happy dappy. All right, if you are hanging out here before I sign off here, we're going to do a raid somewhere. But if you have not yet joined the Discord and you would like to, the Discord is where I post when I'm going live. I'll be going live, I think, every day early though, so I'm not going to be going as long. I go back to work. I've been on break for the last week. I go back to work tomorrow. I still will stream every day. It's early morning, I think 5 a.m. my time. I might adjust that a little bit. Tuesday, Thursday, I'll probably go a little bit longer, but we're going to be going to shorter streams just because I have more stuff going on until things get organized. But join that Discord if you want to. We're super happy with what's going on here. But yeah, feel free to follow as well if you want notifications when I'm coming back. But thank you. We're gonna do a raid. If anyone has any suggestions, let me know. We're gonna see if anyone I know is on, and we're gonna say thank you for Code Red Gatings. Real quick too, before I sign off here, I want to do a shout out to Story Girl. Story Girl does some awesome. They're doing game dev stuff right now, but they're also a musician. Go check out their stream if you can. Give them a follow. I absolutely adore Story Girl's stuff, so give them a follow if you can. But we're gonna go check out, see if anyone's English Unity. Unless anyone has some recommendations, I'm gonna find someone here. for Unity. See if we can stick with Unity. And this is game dev. Find someone here. I do like some of these people's stuff. Find someone with just a few viewers here. This guy. Let's check out LD52. Moon Niz. Let's see if this person, what's going on here. It's a little quiet. Yeah, maybe right here. They've been going for 4 hours too. Trying to find someone who's just starting out their stream. Someone who hasn't been going super long. German incubator. Making a game in 72 hours. They're also on a 4 hours here. Trying to find someone who hasn't been streaming, who just booted up maybe. Getting started on a Vox Legend, that sounds cool. Sounds really cool. They've also been going for 6 hours. Everyone's been going longer than I have. All right, I can't find anyone who's just starting out. We're gonna go with Moonness. Anyway, we're gonna go with Raid Moonness. Please join the raid if you can. Moonness. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was super fun. As always, keep coding, keep growing, and have yourself a beautiful day. You're welcome back anytime.
Dang. What up, the Captain Coder? That was not expected.